Semenya, it was told to me that the Minister of Police, who was mentioned in the evidence, his counsel had been instructed not to ask questions, but the questions were going to be asked by counsel appearing for the police service. That was what I was told on Friday. If that message hadn't reached you yet, I'll give someone else a chance in the meanwhile to cross-examine if there is anybody. I suggest you come forward to the front so that we can see you and you can see us, and you can be as close as possible to the witness. You sit on Mr. Semenya's left. There is a microphone there. And you pass then to the Legal Resources Centre. We will presumably assist you if you require assistance. Where is he up here for again? Am I correct in saying that you appear for the families of the two security guards employed by London who lost their lives on, I think it was the 12th?
The 12th
of August.
And Mr. Mabibi.
And?
Mr. Mabibi, who also lost his life on the 12th.
On the 12th. Also an employee of London.
Also an employee.
Yes. Very well.
And members of, two of them are members of NUM.
And?
Two of them are members of NUM.
Two of them are members of NUM. Well, they were, I suppose, at the time. They were.
Still are.
Yes. Well,
and thank you.
You're ready to begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Zakwa. As the Chairperson has already stated, I represent two of the members, Mr. Mabibi, and one of the security.
Friday should be.
Yes.
Umaka ababini abasweleka uMr Mabibi no Fundi ababini babo bazi members NUM.
And the reason why I'm going to be questioning you is because the families have requested me that at least, from your evidence, they should be able to find some sort of piece that NUM did what it could for their loved ones.
Indaba bambuza ke mbuzo ifamily zifuna ukwazi zithi mhlawumbe apha kuwe bangahle bafumana ukuba yintoni eyenziwa yi-NUM inzame zokokuba kube khona okuthize ngaba bantu babo.
I want to take you back to the terms of reference, which under 1.4 say one of the issues to be probed in this commission is that the commission must find out about the conduct of the NUM, its members and officials, and in particular, whether it had exercised its best endeavors to resolve any disputes which may have arisen between itself, London, and AMCU, or any other party.
Ubuya lapha ke kwimigcaselo yekomishini ukuba ikomishini le ijinjelo ukuba iphande ntoni phakathi kwezinye izinto ekufanele iziphande zizenzo nokungenzi ngokuthize kwe-NUM iyayenza zonke inzame nazo kokuba kungabi khona limbambano yayikhona phakathi kwabo neminye imibutho njenge-AMCU.
And and the extent to which NUM exercised effective control over its membership and those persons allied to it in ensuring that their conduct was lawful and did not endanger the lives and property of others.
Nokuthi NUM yenza zonke na inzame zokulawula okokuba ijongo okokuba abantu bayo kabaphuma olawuleni kungabikho into engahle zibe yingozi kwabanye abantu.
Lastly, whether by act or omission, directly or indirectly, caused the life of Fundi, Mabibi, or Mabelani that I represent.
Nokuthi ke iphande okokuba ngokwenza ikanene ngokungenzi izinto ezithile ezifanele ngendlela ayabenga impangela nayo ukusweleka kwaba bantu endibamele uMabebi noFunde noMabelani.
Before I ask you the questions, I want to put the NUM in context. There's a lot of documentation here about the experience of NUM, and it's one of the few trade unions that transcend from the time before the liberation of South Africa, about 15 years before and 15 years after the liberation of South Africa.
Ndinezincwadi ke eziningi imibhalo ebhalwe apha ngobuchule namava e-NUM ngamaxesha engcinezelo nasemva koko 15 yeminyaka ngaphambili 15 yeminyaka emva kokuba sifumene inkululeko.
Actually, on page 20 of the report of Congress, the Secretary describes NUM as being in the articulation phase of the development as a trade union.
Kufundeka okubonakala kwi-report ye-Congress apho echaza khona uSecretary okokuba ihamba phambili kanjani NUM kwezi zinto.
And that entails foresight. You are at the front line of thought of leadership in modern trade unionism, and you have vision, and you always advance the best interest of your members.
Chaza khona okokuba ngabo abaphambili banolwazi banamava abanobuchule nokumela abantu abangamalungu abo ngayo yonke indlela enobuchule.
I suppose you agree with the description of the report.
Yes, I agree because it was the annual report to Congress.
Ndiyavumelana nale report ye-NUM ku-Congress.
Now, let me just ask you a direct question, just right at the beginning. Do you think it was good foresight?
I suggest you ask direct questions from the beginning right through to the end.
Yes.
Kuthi makabuze imibuzo umhlekazi ayeke ukuba axoxe indaba ezininzi.
With your foresight and the knowledge that you have, I'm trying to get an answer from you because this is what I've been trying to get all along. Do you have an answer to the level of anger that you said you were seeing for the first time in your 30 years of existence as a trade union member? Do you have an answer that you can assist this commission that, you know, this anger was caused probably by 1, 2, or 3? Can you give us some sort of indication? Because with your experience,
He understands the question. Let's hear his answer.
Uvela umbuzo kokuba uthini uthi ungayona impendulo
Understand, he
kokuba
let us know.
yayenzani imbangela
he
yakhe
does understand the question.
obubundlobongela wayechaza ecala ukubona kuyo yonke iminyaka elapha embuthweni okokuba bakubongele yintoni.
Thanks, Chairperson. Senior Council. Let me say for the families.
Yes.
Let me say this, that I would like to say and refer to the call to order again and to apologize because sorry, delegate. believed that their demands were genuine, which I agree they were genuine. But what was disturbing was to regard the union equal to the employer and be so angry towards the union such that it became difficult for shop stewards to enter and assist in the process. I think
uthi into yabanzima kokuba babebila abantu bebilela nayo union njengoba babilela umqashi kwabanzima kokuba ikwazi ukuyothethisana ne-members zayo.
we thought of writing a forward training by the law for Anko. I was saying that the role of the race that people have been killed could have, in many environments, made people anger, as part of one. Number two, the allegation that everyone was colluding with the employer, preventing the employer to make an offer, could have made such a situation.
Into zinganike mfuna ukuba ichaze apha ngaphambi kokuba ndifune ukuxabana nabamele i-ANCO. Bubuxoki bebuvezwe i-ANCO okokuba kukho ukubambisana obungokuhle phakathi kukwe-National Union of Mine Workers nomqeshi. Leyo into yenza ukuba abantu babile nyani babilele umbutho lo ongowabo.
And I hope that by the end of this commission, the commission will have gathered evidence to prove as to what the wage workers are claimed to have known for all those years. We have gone through strikes before to be in the mood that we're in.
Ndiyethemba ukuba ikomishoni izawuthi ngasekugqibeleni ke ifumane inyaniso ukuba yintoni yabangela abo bantu ndibaza iminyaka engaka bakumbutho kokuba babe nokubila okunjengaloku kwakungalawuleki. Nokuthi ke ngubani owazuza kuyo yonke le ntukuthelo eyaba khona
condolences to the family, hoping that those who kids will ask questions, the mothers will have the strength to answer.
Sithanda ukuthi ke kuba abantu bamele thina njengombutho nyani sivelana nabo siyethemba ukuba inyaniso izawuthi ekugqibeleni ndithetha ngaba ngeefemeli ezintathu ozimele kolu phando.
Now, it's very to ask them, but if you say that anyone has got foresight, anyone said to my father, go to work, and my father was killed, do you still maintain that that is foresight?
Wabulawa indlela i-NUM eyibona ngayo kokuba indlela ebeyihlakaniphile leyo.
That was all around in the family. But I think we've shown the fact that everyone has been responsible. And the reason why I'm saying that people go to work, the time that in every other way, there's a contractual obligation that outlines what each worker should be doing. And I think everyone is situation. That's one of the reasons everyone was calling for police reinforcement. Not to come to negotiate, not to come to do what the government should be doing, but to make sure that law and order is sustained. For the instance of people going on strike illegal and killing others has not been what I accept from their aid to women.
Sebenza ngenye indlela into eyenza i-NUN okokuba singathathi abasebenzi bethu sibafake engxakini apho umqeshi uzokwenza noma yintoni eyithandayo ngoba xa besiya estrayikini esingekho emthethweni indaba ekade sebenza onke amaxesha la njengoba kuzobonakala naphaya kwi-power station le imiduphi bekuthethwa ngayo i-NUN bingekho kweso strike. Uthi ke kwenye nenye isehlakalo kubakho isifundo esithize esisifundayo.
Maybe I did not understand you properly. Are you saying that an employer that you have been with for 30 years would dismiss someone for not coming to work because they fear for their life? The question that I'm asking is, let's say maybe before he was not on strike, but going to work was dangerous for him. Are you saying that the employer that you have been engaged with for 30 years would dismiss a person because they feared for their lives and didn't come to work?
If
kanjani ngelo xesha yikho nje ingathanga emva komhla ka-12 xa imeko iba maxongo yathatha abantu yabamekisa empangelweni bangekho sizathu sokuba abantu babethwe xa ungabacelanga okokuba mababambisane nawe kweso strike.
It is that understanding that made you, under in paragraph 8 of your statement, to say, it is for these reasons that anyone consistently urged its members at law not to associate with the unprotected strike and to continue reporting for duty. So consistently, members were encouraged, and therefore Mabibi fully, as loyal members of anyone, consistently disassociated themselves with the
nasekopini wathanda wachaza okokuba abantu abasebenza le misebenzi bangasebenzi phakathi emgodini baku-security abasezibhedlela nasekitchen nakwezinye izindawo noma isikhathi sisemthethweni kukho imithetho ebekiwe okokuba kuyadingeka ukuba babe khona empangelweni kuba ngumsebenzi lowo umuntu awenzayo. Security nabanye kwakho isidingo sokuba babe khona emsebenzini noma istrike sisemthethweni noma singekho ngoba lona idinga isecurity ne-NUM nayo iyadinga isecurity nabo abanye abasebenzi emgodini.
Let me just finish with this one. Mababa was killed when he actually reported to go underground, and at the gate where he was clocking, that's where he was instruction. But the question that I'm trying to, or the answer I'm trying to get from you is, in circumstances where the situation is volatile, was it not your responsibility to go to learning and say, we have members, our members, if they are going to expose themselves for work, need protection. So let us deal with that, because they have the right. At least they also have the right to profit us, but they also have the right to life.
Supposed to have that protection. People are not supposed to be. As I said, what the genocide would be, what happened with Zaitu. When the Syrian government appeared, the people going to work, the program was paused. So that the people were endangered or exposed to danger. You brought your people to go to work. But I still retain that our call for members not to join the strike was not very cruel, given what I have said, that if people don't go to work, they end up being dismissed. Unless such an agreement, the people know that by the time from the morning, how are they supposed to branch on the line? What will be to the line and be hiding, even being handed. And I think something that, even if you believe nobody was well way to work, you could have condoned that situation. You was not working on any substitute at the head and safety person of the union. And the thing is, we're not even at the scene of the matter. But I know that people who the NM, they system of the union were targeted. If the transport is being ready to make money, by that time, none of these committee members were available in the mine. Hence, they've known that they are being handed.
emsebenzini njengoba ngithile kokuba wayejongwe naye njengomnye wabaholi be-NUM abaholi be-NUM abaphethe apho besebangekho babalekile njengoba isimo sasimaqongo ngolo hlobo ndivumelana nawe apho ufithi khona apho bantu babafuna ukuya emsebenzini kwakufuze babe nokhuselo kwakufuze kube ngumqashi owenza olo khuselo lube khona.
Mr. President, I don't agree with you about the 12th. The 12th, or is it the 11th, when the situation was volatile, it was 30 of your members who could actually make thousands of people run hector scatter, in what Rumsfeld would say shock and awe. Just 30 of them. At that time, it was obvious that tensions were developing in the workplace, and your members had to be protected. So there was nothing that stopped them from going to law and management and saying, we have a situation here. We want our members, we are urging our members consistently to come to work, make sure they're safe.
I can't differ with you on some of the statements you're making, but there was a statement as well. That's below that I have read. I put that on hearing this what was happening on the 12th. Where unfortunately one of the people who are representing was killed. We talked about the fact that people should not be exposed to danger. And here's the fact that he did not have enough personnel. He has the kind of and I think I was go back to Chairperson, you have determined whether this thing is staying down of operation rail line. Sometimes even assessing the security of the line. What about the people in compromising the ability of the government to respond to such challenges and expect SITs outside the operations to do even the main security of the operations? Because I understand that security airlining has been privatized. And I think that the job will not be appetite had cost to offer the direct money. And I just very wanted to say that the government has enough security capacity internally before getting call for other state organs to come in.
sasisenzele sicelo xa ufunda kwi-statement sami okokuba ikampani mayenza okokuba kubekho ukhuselo naye ke sasizawuze sithi makwandiswe amapolisa enye into okuba ijongwe kokuba ezi zinkampani zithatha abantu bangaphandle iikampani zangaphandle zibafake i-security ngokuthi ngaphandle ke xa izokwenza umsebenzi onjengalona iyenza okokuba inzuzo ayiphakama ngokuthi yehlise abasebenzi makujongwa okokuba lezi zindawo zemisebenzi zinabakhuseli abalingene na abonele.
So we agreed that when it was clear that the situation was volatile and your members may be killed and the situation is not normal as you put it, there was no message that was sent to these members that, hey, we are not dealing with a normal situation here. There was no message from your side. There was no message from the side of Lauren. And you created normality in an abnormal situation.
lwezokhuselo noqeqesho lokuba sikwazi ukusebenza sibonisane nabaqeshi nabasebenzi. Uzokhumbula okokuba ngo-11 umhlaba ngaseko ubhongo wathile okwabo kokuba imali yasemaqongo ngendlela egqithileyo ngoku ethetha nayo umqashi ukuba makwenziwe okokuba ukhuselo lube lucelime. Ndivumelana nawe apho sitsho khona kodwa ke mna ndinawuthethela abakwalonini ndiyathemba ukuba ikomishoni le iyadibelane ijonge nento yokokuba phaya abakwalonini bebanalo na ukhuselo olaneleyo.
I don't want you to run away from the question that I'm posing. The question, or actually, let me say the suggestion that I'm making to you is, the situation was abnormal. You are aware that the situation is abnormal. You are aware that London does not have capacity to deal with the situation. Despite this observation, you did not go to your own members, either by SMS or by letter, and say, please, let's hold, because we cannot guarantee that you are safe, and no one cannot protect you.
Yes, I understand the point, but I think when you look at BBB7, that is the document made by the Council on behalf of the families who were injured and those that were arrested. And that evidence will find that it will articulate the situation. And sort of, the goal is to present protection to people. It calls upon the Department of Further Security to make sure that people are safe. And I think what people are saying, each of us as citizens to members is what I think we have to ensure that all our members can interact with SMSs and also on social media. So that interaction is quick and advanced. What I still need to check is what anyone did make a call told the members not to go to work.
Xa ujonga i-BB7 kukho apho kucacile okokuba yenza nzame SB i-NUM xa bonke imeko isimaqongo apha yathi khona makwandise yaze yathetha nokuba kungaziswa namajoni. Zonke ezo beko zinzame zokuba kungasabikho phalalo gazi phaya. SMS yonke le nto ke othetha ngayo asinayo okokuba singaqhagamshelana nabantu bethu ngolo hlobo kodwa ke inzame zenziwa njengobubona apha ku-BB7.
Already by the Commission. And I think the person who has to answer that question is the employer. Some employers don't have capacity internally. Some people don't get capacity from outside quickly. How fast we are seeing at the juncture. But as you will say, the only thing we could do was to make sure that we don't expose ourselves to discussions. And to continue to defend them, you do not be dismissed, but you could not prevent them being killed. And I can say more as anyone we go care, we are safety of our members. Given the legislative calls we've made, we are concerned about their future employment as well as their security. And I think these are some of the things we need to deal with as to how we respond given the recent how we decision. What I think is the best because when you say to people, our place is on a shaft. Until you present to me, tell me the reasons why you should open it. First of all, is the department not what they going to work, but the same to other parties, come with ideas that make the mind safe. It was not online, but I think what was done in society in harmony was what they need to. But I know the also, everyone is not able to tell them to oppose time of shift. It is the employer have got two obligations to safeguard the security of his employees to do protection. And the right to protection is a piece of lives. Right is the reason of learning. But I think one of the things I think, given this situation, could have been looked at.
Ezo zinto kuzokwazi ukuba kuphendule ngabakwaHulumeni ngoba ngabo abanaxanduva lokuba kubekho ukhuseleko labantu babo nokuthi kubekho i-production. Awukwazi ukuthi ngaleso senzo ungatshola i-NUM. Eyenza zonke inzame apha zokuba ikhusele abantu babo ngokwempilo nokuthi ke bakwazi okokuba bangagxotha emsebenzini. Le nto kwakufanele yenziwe ulonqeni kube nguwo ovala ishaft abantu baze kuwe ngaloo ndlela ke bekungeke bekho umntu emsebenzini kungeke bekho umntu ozobulawa esiya emsebenzini.
Mr. President, at some stage, I want us to look at this issue that you are referring to, which is an observation that I also have made, that there is vulnerability of workers in the workplace, because it is going to be one of my submissions to the Commission that amongst the other issues that have to be addressed is the issue of vulnerability of workers in the workplace, and thus maybe the anger that both you and I say probably cannot be explained very easily. But before I go to that, let me come to anyone now with this membership. I want to take it that anyone is a caring union.
Umbuzo wakho kokuba uthi ndiza kule ndawo ngokuya NUM uthi NUM ngumbutho onenkathalo.
But you see, what is really disheartening to my families, as you know, is that there was a co-operative at work. When they died, no one came. We know what that is. It is one problem area that makes your members vulnerable.
have done. The police are ready to follow that. As soon as I told this, I was sure that I pay a visit to a place to see the kids, to see how the things are going. It is not understandable to all families how we are having that. We sit down with them, let the people to explain
ze-file reefs sizokhumbula okokuba aba bantwana babantu abasweleka apho baye bajongwa emva koko banikezwa yonke into ootata babo bazawufuna uba yenzeke nalapha kukho isithembiso esinjengaleso kodwa ke njenge-NUM siza kuyilandela sibone ukuba yenzeka loo nto wachaza kumhlekazi okokuba apha esiXhoseni esintini umuntu xa aswelekele ngumntu uwele wena emva kwexesha uyokwazi ukuthethisana ukubonisana nalabo abaswelekela ngoloo mntu sisicelo lusiko olo.
Mr. Zobo, this is, I think we will agree, and you have given a good number of explanations about why things did not happen. Can we agree that, and we want to give you that respect, but more must be done than said. It's better done than said. Can we agree on that?
Minutes ago, and that is, in your statement, paragraph 14, you describe what you did after you arrived at the mine. Yes. About 1 p.m. on the 12th. Yes. You received a report of what happened, and then you requested a meeting with London management. Yes. And you say that you had a meeting later that afternoon in Middlecrow. Several London managers attended. Their briefing indicated the high level of risk that the strikers would increasingly resort to violent conduct in order to disrupt the operation of the mine. Yes. You then say, I expressed my view that a larger law enforcement presence involving both London and the SAPS was required at the mine to avoid further violence and loss of life. Yes. Did you ask London, I know you didn't have the power to order them to do so, but did you request London to close the shafts until that larger law enforcement presence was available, so in order to prevent people who were above the pool reporting for work would not be exposed to that high level of risk that you mentioned in your statement? Let's give him time to paragraph 14 kwalonini wafika wathetha ne-management ngezikhala badibene phaya eMiddlecrow wabaxela okokuba mawenziwe ntoni waxela nokokuba ngokuba indlobongela sekunjena ngakufune abakhuseli abaninzi ukubuza ke ngoku mhlekazi okokuba ngaphandle uthi ushepesane ndiyazi ukuba awunawo amandla okuba baxelele wena bakwalonini babavale ishaft kodwa kuyaveza loo nto ukuba kungaba ngcono xa ningavala ishaft kuze kuthi ukwehla ezi zicholocholo.
zale commission ezokwenza uba nhloko ingxaki enjengalena imeko yemaqongo kuvalwe athi ke umqeshi makubuzwa bonke abantu ivaliwe le nto kungabikho izimpilo zabantu ezisexengeni.
Durham Pere may wish to ask follow-up questions on that point, but I suggest he does so after we take the tea adjournment, which we will now take.
Testing, testing.
Letter, you didn't receive it. It was fixed yesterday around 4. I wrote a very long letter, sort of put in.
Chairperson. Mr. Zagora, just to follow up on the question that was asked by the Chairperson. So I would agree that if the union could have made suggestions about the closure of the shelters you have indicated, or any other means of ensuring that the workers that come to work are protected, maybe the violence that escalated could not have escalated in the manner it did. Yes, that is another debate. I'm just looking at what anyone, because remember I wrote 1.4, so I'm looking at you, anyone as president, and I'm happy unless you disagree that if anyone were to suggest, and you say that it didn't come to mind, but if there was such a suggestion by the NUM, then maybe lives could have been saved, and we agree unless we disagree with that.
ezazingayi empangelweni phaya zazibulawa chaza ke uhlakazwa ukuba lento yaphelelanga apha emayini kuphela sihambe nangaphandle phaya kwathathwa sekukho izindawo apho uxelwa khona kwahamba hamba kuthi eRustenburg eMarikana kungunxibe leshedi ye-NUM apha.
Then we go to the next issue of the terms of reference. One of the issues raised, the issue of effective control of members. So, my understanding, and I'm sure anyone reading the terms of reference, means that the President assumes that a trade union must have effective control of its members. Do you agree on that?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Taking into account the situation that started with road drivers, some of them members of NM, members of AMQ, non-unionized, what would you say? Would you say that anyone had effective control of its members?
I take it you mean some of its members.
Yes, some of its members, yeah.
Therefore, it is staying in point for them to understand what you are saying.
answer that yes, indeed you lost control of some of the members. But I also want to go into what are the possible reasons for losing effective control of the members. Now, at the heart of the argument of strike was the issue of collective bargaining. Do you agree? Or your view on how it should be done, and then the road drillers sort of, as you say, doing it in the manner in which they deemed fit. No, I say at the heart of this effective control was how you considered good collective bargaining principles and how some of the members that were yours perceived their way of getting what they wanted outside of the collective bargaining you considered proper.
njenge-NUM ilungu lethu lento ukuba sekhampeyini kwade kwavela ii-funds ezizawujongana nabantwana bakhe sayithatha le nto ayingomhlaba kuphela nangaphandle sisilwa into yokuba makungabi khona le nto yokujongela phantsi yokuphatha kakubi abantu ababhinqileyo.
I think we must start from this premise. Anyone is not only respected here, it's respected internationally. It has done a lot of good. So, all the good is okay, but the commission is about what could have led to the deaths. So, in order to be able to solve that problem, we have to find out whether there are no weaknesses that could have led to the death. So, the question should not give you an impression that you said, no, anyone did not bring liberation, it did not do this, it did not. No, we have read the report. Very, very good. That NUM is doing. Just no weaknesses that led to the deaths.
NUM siyaqonda ukuba i-NUM ngumbutho ohlonishwayo hayi apha kwalakithi kuwo onke amazwe omhlaba siyivile yonke into eyenzile nokubulala yathatha nxaxheba yini ekukhululeni izwe lelo oko siyakwazi kodwa ikomishoni yona ijonge ukubona ukuba yintoni eyaba yimbangela yokuba abantu baphulukane
President, please don't take the questions as an attack. It is a way of trying to build so that we don't have a repeat of Marikana.
Umbuzo lona akukuba nditshola umbutho lona ndibuza nje ukuba sijonga ukuba zingenza ntoni engahle ibe nokunqanda kokuba kuphinde kwenzeke isehlakalo esinjengesasemarikana.
Going forward.
ingafumana kule commission okokuba ayenzanga ibanga imbangela yale nto sizimisele senza izibopho thina njenge-NUM uba sizayoncedisa ngayo yonke indlela okokuba kumaxesha ezayo ingenzeki into enjengalena kungabikho umntana ozawubuzwa okokuba uphupha amathawo ebulawa ngabanye abasebenzi phaya makubakho abantu abazawusoleka apha emgodini xa kusebenza kodwa kungabi ngumntu obulawa ngabanye asebenza nabo.
So in a sense, your admission of weaknesses will enable the country to strengthen those weaknesses so that, you see, things like collective bargaining, which I want to talk to you about now, we look at it and say, maybe in the 30 years that we've done a lot of good, but there are still weaknesses that we have to address. And that is the engagement that I want to have with you.
Izinto ezifuna ukuzithetha nawe ke zizinto ezizawudinga zenziwe exesheni ezayo singathi abantu bargaining sithi kule minyaka engama-30 senze oku nokufanele sijonge uba yintoni engenziwa ukuze le nto yenziwe bhetele. imbangela ezenziwa ngumqasho kokuba le nto ide ibe nzima indlela ekuphreyidwa ngayo abantu nezinye ke izinto eziphathelene esizawuthetha ngazo.
Thank you, President. I want us to look at collective bargaining now. And I also want us to look at your report on what you say about collective bargaining, or about what the Secretary General says about collective bargaining.
Ngifuna sijonge report kaSecretary General ukuba uthini ke yena nge-collective bargaining indlela ekusetshenzwa ngayo kuphila kuthethwa ngezemisebenzi nayo yonke le nto.
But I also want to give an indication that the reason why I want us to go into this is because it could be a source of frustration and anger.
Ngifuna sithethe ngale nto ngoba ingenzeka nayo kokuba ibe ngenye yezinto ezibangela okokuba kubakho ukungavisisani phaya.
Not that anyone will be wrong, but just because there will be a weakness in the system that has to be corrected.
Anditsho okokuba ke kuthola jongo ukuba kwayo yonke nje isystem akhona izinto ezingalungiswa.
Now, if I look at page 82 of the report of the Secretary General under information management, 82. The big bundle. We should not waste time. Let me just give you an indication of what the Secretary General said in general terms. Right. We say that one doesn't go sentence to sentence. But the Secretary General's report, in the first place, let me say that from the report, one can deduce when one reads in collective bargaining that there are still a number of challenges. Would you agree with me?
Uthi basijonga le report kukho izinto ezithize ke xa ufunda phaya eziseyingxaki.
Yes, one of the challenges what have been, the frustration that has been facing the union, especially in partner and urban minerals, having to bargain with different mining houses, as a result not being able to improve your coordination, what you're doing. A lot of what have been presented to the governors concerned, and I found that it goes back to in the 90s. Even when companies of town go to say, they see it as a hindrance. It means that you have spread your negotiators across the industry. Experiences that would be used trying to spread. Whereas this one occasion that it was not difficult within the other sectors under the chamber to even deal with the issue of machine operators. Because everyone was present, you don't expect to take a person who learned from anywhere to give a go ahead. Yes, challenges would have been shown, but I think the problem must have been having was this scattered industry-based or non-growth-based negotiations.
Ingxaki ekhoyo endiyibonayo apha kwi-industry yeplatinum okokuba inayo ithemba eyodwa apho kuthetha khona zonke izinto apho kuhlanganiswa khona zonke iinkampani nenye inezindlela ekufanele ithethe ngayo akulindelwe kwezi ezinye ezinechemba okokuba kode kuvela abantu abavela phesheya bazothetha into ethize into ethethwa iqhitywe khona apho.
Here, in this report, also it gives an indication of just the difficulty of anyone having to deal, he sort of points out local-based collective bargaining is a problem. Centralized bargaining poses a problem. And there's also a serious problem on just how agreements are processed to a point where in one sentence says we have agreements that we
kukho ingxaki ke ezenzeka apho kuthethwa naleyo ngxeni kujongene nayo kuba khona ezinye ingxaki ezithethwa phaa apho kuditshene khona kwenzeka izivumelwano ezithize ezingenayo into ongayifunda apho zide zingafundwa.
I feel like one of the reasons those things, but I think again we should understand that there is no great purpose within the chamber that runs processes was to make sure that if the processes are centralized, you are able to coordinate. The issue we're raising is the progressive form of governance. You deal with wages, there may be other issues to deal maybe with housing. That will be referred to land use committees. If you are dealing with land houses differently, the challenge is more. But when you centralize, you are able to have your peers looking at the other. For instance, this is typical point. All commodities will be under the same roof. And these commodities are sold in the same market. Not a person that the northern sells its own commodity in New York and one sells it in Shanghai. Now, because this, if you talk about what you can sell 110%, you first do your own research. Having researched to help you people to say, this is what the companies can afford, and it's helpful likewise, but I think it shows the point of the flying up or those areas referred to the sub-committees. But when you centralize the processes, we're able to have the focus because when we meet, we're able to deliver the report. It is much more dealing with different processes. And the one thing that you're not negotiating with your friends, you're negotiating with your peers. What is so the business of learning is to make for these profits. And you don't know what you progress. You are not going to say how much we owe you.
Ushobo ngolwahlobo kumhlekazi sokwana kuphathwa kwenziwa i-bargaining apha kuthethwa kuthethwa nomntu ohlike akushomi yakho leyo kufanele umcela ukuba emfundini jonga apho yandikweleta kaloza ukuba ndiyakukweleta wena uthambile abantu babonayo ke xa kufuze kuthethwe nezi zeplatina okokuba uthethwa nendlu kungafanele nezi zegodi ezine-chamber of mines apho inhlangano ibe phantsi komnyango owodwa befazi nokuba imveliso yabo ithengisa endaweni eyodwa ungafani nalapho abanye abathengisa eNew York abanye abathengisa eShanghai ungazi okokuba bafumana ntoni awunosuka kuyo kubo nje uthi ndifuna i-10% ungazi okuba uyibeka phezu kwantoni.
And restrict your cross-examination unfairly, but I'd like to restrict this discussion of centralized bargaining because according to the report filed at the annual general meeting of London recently in London, they have now come out in favour of centralized bargaining. They concede that there were all sorts of errors and problems created by the previous system, and they're now supporting centralized bargaining. So I don't think we need to go into that in any more depth, unless there's some point you particularly want to draw to our attention. But I think in view of the stance adopted by London at their annual general meeting, a number of the problem areas which they now in effect concede existed are not clearly on the table, and they concede those problem areas. So I think we can
I will just wrap up.
Into too much detail.
Yes, let me just go to
yenziwe phansi koqango lodwa njengoba bekuveziwe leyo nto ngoba yinto esizokwenzeka ngoku.
So if you haven't had access to that yet, the evidence leaders have copies, and I'm sure that they can make copies of that report available to you over the lunch adjournment. If there's something extra in what both, after you've studied that, and even if you finish cross-examining, I'm going to come back and ask further questions after lunch. But I'm duty restricted. I don't want to use as much of the expensive time of this commission as profitably as I can.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Usho umqinisela ukuba sisebenzisa ixesha esinalo ngoku ukuba siqhubekele phambili. Xa kukho imibuzo ofuna ukuyibuza bazokunikeza izincwadi bakwa-evidence leaders ubuze emva kokuba sozifundile.
So, the issue that I would like to bring is that I will agree that these weaknesses that even the chairperson has indicated are being addressed and Longman has acceded to could have been what actually made the road drillers not to have full confidence in the collective bargaining processes as it existed at that time.
Ezi zinto athatha ngazo ngoku umqinisela ukuba ziyalungiswa ngoku bekuzivela zezinto ebezingenza okokuba ama-drillers ngelaa xesha angabi nokwaneliswa ngendlela okusetyenzwa ngayo.
At the heart of this debate, I think the heart of this debate that was the move is the working within the grading system that the companies are still using. The grading system does not indicate the conditions under which a particular task has been performed, or at the heavy the task is. With respect of workforce, you split workforce and from the current grading system that recognizes authority. And if it can change the grading system, I think you can be able to present a proposal case that says that the mature operators and the other operators, but in particular, would deserve a better pay. Because the questions I mentioned, I think Mr. Mbofu, you know that we are staying with experts staying around 352. But all the people were sent to work till the end before this PPEs were introduced. So we are studying that when he is home, he could not take care of his wife when it is better. For example, to read his to establish what she is saying, for he has lost his sense of hearing. That is damage to what extent which machine drivers are faced with. So I feel that if all of those things are going to deal with, we can revisit the issue of grading. And if we take to appeal to bring our people to the stage to pressure, perhaps the how positive the job is. I think that the case of outdoors and measures can be changed. There is a reason to the people that is not shown. Maybe the want to kill was party that process of grading. What is the grading being changed? I think we won't be able to come forward and say they are paid properly. Yes, we agree. Currently we are being paid, but not taking into account the risks, the expense on a daily basis, the physical risks, health risks, and many other risks that they should be dealing with. However, when a machine operator is able to appreciate his family while he works off, given what he's engaged with during the day.
Uthi umhlekazi ingxaki ezikhona yindlela abo bantu bagreyidwa ngayo phaya emsebenzini. Kakujongwe imeko abo bantu abasebenza kuzona, ubunzima bomsebenzi awenzayo, ubungozi balawo msebenzi. Umhlekazi ubuye kukho umntu wayesebenza naye omnye utata waseSuthu wayehlala naye B52 sayikhumbula loo ndawo. Kwakusetyenzwa phaya kula maxesha kungabi khona ezinto zokuvala izindlebe nezimpumlo. Uthi loo baba wathitha efika ekhaya sekhatyile sokumnyama kakwazi ukuba eve ukuba umama uthini ngoba ujonga apha emlonyeni ukuthi uthini. Iyalimaza izindlebe ke le nto lo tata. Yiyo le nto uthi nangoku umhlekazi akazi okokuba ootata abasebenza lo msebenzi we-rock drill operator ngale le ndlela ebaphatha ngayo befuna ukwaziyo ukuthi babajonge omama xa befika ekhaya ngoba inzima baba nawo kulo msebenzi.
This is clear. Again, I don't want us to be involved in too much detail on a matter that may have fallen away to some extent. But I see from the amended agreement, which was concluded in September last year,
Yes.
which is page 92 and following of, I think it's exhibit XX 2. What now happened is with effective from the 1st of October 2012, law of the bridge, simply as far as the Marikana operation is concerned, is page 93. To promote all electoral operators for a person grade A4 to B1.
Yes.
And in addition to that, they get to pay them a drilling, or now apparently pay them a drilling allowance as well. And all surface and underground general workers are promoted from partisan grade A3 to A4 with effect to the 1st of October. Now, am I correct in thinking that the point that you've been telling us about, namely that insufficient attention was paid, insufficient consideration given to the terrible problems that operators have, the unpleasant working conditions, the danger, the damage to their hearing, and so on. Those have, to some extent at least, now been addressed by this promotion of all operators from person grade A4 to B1. Would that be correct? Or is that an oversimplification?
Well, one can say that the person was a character of the influence. But on the other hand, that is the right of it should be formed by a scientific work diagram. And the danger therefore that invalidate it after the strike, long the strike, and what I think is where the industry especially agrees that there has to be this scientific process of changing the grading system. My opinion is but I agree with you that that also was that these people deserve a better pay.
Fair to say that you are suggesting to us as Commissioner we should recommend that attention be given to revisiting the grading system, seeing whether it's capable of improvement. I think you told us that at one stage people got information from Canada, and I understand that platinum mines, I think in Australia as well, but they might not be operating it as far underground as others are, which may introduce a further aspect. But effectively, are you suggesting to us that we should recommend that perhaps the Chamber of Mines, in conjunction with the relevant trade unions, should commission a scientific study to be done into the whole question of the grading of these various posts, particularly in regard to electoral operators? So if we agree on that, then just
ingxaki ekhoyo kwi-grading yaba bantu kodwa ke ibonwe njengoba isitshilo kokuba aba baku-A4 baye bakhushulwa ngokuba ku-B1 uthi umhlekazi ekugqibeleni kodwa bangenza loo nto kodwa ndibone okokuba izawuthi yinto eyanele na ndithi mna kukhomishini mayenze izindululo ekugqibeleni apha okokuba izinayinilawuni nemibutho emele abasebenzi mahlangane yenze uphando okokuba yanele nale nto njengoba ngo-1998 sasiwe eCanada siyojonga indlela ekusetyenzwa ngayo.
I agree with the point that that recommendation should be made. My only problem is that it came after 45 people died, and it means that either you are not addressing it at collective bargaining, or anyone was not listening to you at collective bargaining. Because you know that that is a problem.
matter. It didn't have to happen after so many years are lost. As I said before, major such catastrophes wake up the country to realities to do that which is right. I don't think that those 44 lives should have been lost before this has been seen. But I'm saying that the fact that there is an agreement towards that means that we'll not only be doing what is good, we'll be making sure that in the future we're guided by a scientific approach as to what people should be paid by the jobs in question.
Ndithi-ke apha bekungekho sidingo sokuba kude kusweleke abantu abaninzi kangaka phambi kokuba kwenziwe le nto. Kodwa kwenzeke sisifundo esizawuthi kwixesha ezayo thina njengemibutho nezinkampani sikwazi ukuba senze uphando phambi kokuba kwenzeke isehlakalo esinjengalesi.
And you would agree with me that as a result of your handling that collective bargaining and the employer not listening to you, the road drillers lost confidence that you were able to represent them adequately. Not because of your fault, because you have been raising it, but because your collective bargaining struggles were not bearing fruit.
I told you that in fact when I opened my evidence that I would be happy if at the end people would tell whether those jurors just woke up one day and believe that they were not earning that which was due to them. The influences the media to believe that anyone was not a preferred agent. And I read the examples of what workers would do in the very case that they believe that the national negotiating team did not do what was right. And I read the example that in the same country in 2005, the same situation happened. Second thing is this, that it was not a sign that these machine drivers were not part of the people who approved the previous agreement. In Ireland, we negotiate with feedback. Before we sign an agreement, it is only signed when everybody says, oh no, the agreement says, it is the time to sign. And I'm still of the view that when everything is done, we need people to find where these people having genuine concerns, what we have raised. And processes were happening as well. In my view, the reason they're so angry is not even that they're angry to not have agreed with them. But the instances of others who are saying this union is cooperating with the employer, this union has carried the two of you, this union is doing this and this. And why is the journalist asking if anybody says the line? No, these are things that everyone is implying with the company. Statements could be made in view of these dollars. I understand if they were angry about these wages. They could have been wrong in which they handle it. But when you use violence, not others, should not justify it. And in this circumstance,
kwenzeke ebusuku xa bevuka ekuseni bethi aba bantu hayi asabathemba aba bantu libe ngathi masijonge okokubeka kukho ezinye into ezenzeka njengoba bendisitsho apha ubuxoki obubathethwa nge-union ukubalulele abantu ababini ubuxoki khona ukubambisana obuthize nezinye izinto bezithethwa ngombutho lona ngikhumbula umhlekazi ukuthi wake wabuza ngomnye wentatheli zezindaba yena ngokwakhe akanazo na ishekwa lonmini umbuzo nje ukubonisa izinto ezihambe zithethwa ubuxoki obuthethwa ngalo
assumption that we understand the point that you've been making, you might like to move on to another point.
Did you get my point? The point I'm making is that the witness, president of NUM, says that they considered grading system and other things very important.
We heard him say that. We heard him say that. We heard him say it was right to the employer. We heard him say that the employer, we heard a long time ago, the employer originally wouldn't listen. What he then says is they went back to their members and explained how far they got to the negotiations and then got a mandate, which, on the strength of which they signed the agreement. But I mean, all that material is before us, so I don't know it has to be gone over and over again. But the point that the employer has now, to some extent, changed its stance on that point. It made a concession, at least as far as Marikana is concerned, and that can then form the basis for further recommendations in our report later on. But I think for the purposes of the present phase of the inquiry, you've probably got enough material on the table to enable you to move on to your next point.
Uthi mhlawumbe aqhubeke ngezinye izinto osenazo kodwa le mbuzo ubuyibuza ngoku usaphendula kaninzi waze wachaza nokokuba iingxaki zabaphina-phina zajonga ngoluphi uhlobo.
Only the witness, Chair, if with your permission, if the witness cannot meet, then that, because he said that he believes that the issue raised by the road drillers was legitimate. Now, it cannot be legitimate after an agreement. Whether it's legitimate or it's not.
No, it could be legitimate for 2 years in the sense that you can't strike about it. But it doesn't mean that in 2 years' time you can't raise the point again. And if the circumstances have changed because what's happened at employer, you may be able to strike, but you can go to the employer and say, look, the whole situation has changed in the platinum industry, and it's appropriate for you to agree to amend the agreement. He said all that over and over again. So, as I've said before, the time of this commission is precious. It's every day is expensive. And if we have points being raised again and again and again, we're not gaining much by the further repetitions. I think the point you've made is clear to us. Again, the factual cross-examination here isn't like police interrogation designed to extract an admission from the witness at the end. All they do is put your facts on the table. If he doesn't admit as much as you want him to admit, you can argue at the end of the day that he should have admitted more. But if we're going to sit here while weighing him down and actually try to get the mission out of him, then we'd have to send you the bill for the waste of time.
It is the trust in the collective bargaining that will rather ensure that you have control of your members, or you don't have effective control of your members.
I think you've made that point earlier today as well.
Yeah.
And intelligence in understanding the point you're making.
Yokwethembeka nokungathembani nayo yonke le nto uthi uzoyibuza ngolu hlobo.
Mr. President, because I want us to agree on the report, that the report is actually very, could one say, damning on the ability of NUM in many honorary members of the NUM. And then he goes on to say, it seems as though if it doesn't filter, he asked the question, I am not a capital to mislead and not worse certain members because we represent them poorly or not at all. He goes on to say, how strategic are we in assisting members to understand my role and conditions of employment? You agree that this type of view by the Secretary General is actually a very challenging view of the organization. That is actually congruent to what he said earlier on under information management. He says, this means that it becomes increasingly difficult to know what the full agreement looks like, referring to collective agreements. That you have a situation where the organization is actually overwhelmed.
Organization
bargaining, you pay the sources. Chances of misinterpretation will happen. But I can say that in England, when it comes to bargaining, people in the two, even senior agreements, we put up to make sure that workers do not find their agreement in the locals without that they participated in those. Everything is read by the employer. Just to go to the workers. There is no broke to the government figuring that this is a fallback position. This is a fair data. You do about that without even saying that yes, so then we will take that.
ubangichazela-ke ukuba ubunzima obuba khona awuqale phaya ethi xa uzothetha nezinkampani ezohlukile ngamaxesha ohlukile uthi apha-ke kukho ichemba eyodwa kuthethwa ngolosuku kwenziwe eso sigqibo ngolosuku kuba nzima-ke xa kuyawuthethwa nabantu abaninzi kuthi kodwa-ke bona njenge-NUM xa kunezintetho ezinjengezo kuye kwandiswe abantu babo ukwazi ukuba bakwazi ukufikelela phaa emazingeni aphansi bayixele loo nto ngaphambi kokuba isayine abantu basayine into abaziyo kokuba kwenziwe oku na oku no.
So back at the advantages of centralized bargaining, which I thought were agreed, we were moving on. So anyway, so move on, please.
I will inform you that one of the submissions that we will make to the Commission is that the conduct of the road drillers was possibly created by the weaknesses in the collective bargaining
ukuziphatha kwabodilasi-ke ingangelanayo kwebe ukuba phaya kwi-bargaining akuzange kuhambe kahle indlela yothethathethwano
by liaison with ordinary members as it appears in your report. That is knowledge they had about what is happening.
ayizange ifike leyo ngxelo kubo njengoba ivele apha kwi-report.
And that referendum, you could have done more to ensure that these two are in place in order that you must have effective control.
uthi njengombutho-ke befanele nenze isiqiniseko sokuba ziyenzeka ezi zinto kude nibe nolawulo olupheleleyo kwaba bantu benu.
As a weapon to be used by anybody when it demands something. But let me respond by saying this that
Ndiyethemba ukuba usho ngokusho njalo kube uvumelana nokuba makubekho ubundlobongela ukuba izinto zilungiswe ngodushe.
that was caused by weaknesses in the bargaining process, I think you have to bring to rely on the document you are reading. Because what is perception only for women is a broad overview. Same thing, oh yes.
Le report uthetha ngayo ayijongene nolonmeni kuphela ayijongene nezinye izitetho ezike zaba khona awunawubeka nje eso sigqibo usenze phezu kwaloko okufunda apho.
I'm sure I'm still consulting, I will wait for you.
No, I'm listening.
Bona usathetha mandikumele. Andichazela okokuba yonke sonke isivumelwano esisenzayo ke phambi kokuba sisayine sisuke senziwe kuvunyelene kuwo onke amalungu. Impilo ke kayimi.
The cost of living has been never worked before. Not the 40 cents increase in petrol.
Suka ngolesithathu xa kunyuka ipetrol nezinga lempilo
If you take people to verify whether there were changes in the wages and also the
ulwazi ebangakuba kube khona ingxaki phakathi kulabantu abasebenza ezimayini ngokuthi izindawo abahlala kuzo phaya umuntu ushiya umzi wakhe phaya azohlala apha kufanele ajonge nempilo ezimbili impilo yakhe apha naphaya ekhaya. i-NUM zathi nje zivuka asayifuni fanele ugcine nezinye izinto eziye baqala zona okokuba kungafanele i-DM thina singaba ngumbutho kwenzeke ezi zinto uthatha ngoba 40 cent umhlekazi uthi le 40 cent angithetha ngayo impilo womsebenzi nje apha ibethe apha ekhona ibethe nasekhaya ngoba umama apha ekhaya hlazosuka lapha khona esiyadokona uyothenga uyabhadala imali ngaphezulu kube nale ebeke ibhadala zonke izinto ezinjengezo ziba yemithelela kuzinto ezinjengezi eziyenzeka apha.
I agree with what you have been saying. Actually, I'm off.
I think Mr. Mufanga was saying something about change positions with the other interpreter who's in position.
Just for 3 minutes.
You better start again.
I agree with your sentiments around the issue of the cost of living. Actually, how I see it is that it's not a socio-economic issue. It's a physical issue because hunger is a physical issue. If a family is without food, it's actually physical. So I agree completely with what you're saying. But that is the reason why we have to go into what would make them have hope in anyone representing them, you see. Let me tackle the last issue of your view was of collective bargaining. And that is the issue that anyone actually attained of having a majoritarian system. Why you have to be a majority to have a voice as an issue. And I want to, you have
is referring the whole question of this majoritarian principle to a body like Midlight to reconsider. But I'm not sure it's relevant at this stage.
I also want to ask one question about what could have angered.
You don't suggest me further. Ask me one question.
Thank you.
As shortly and sharply as you can.
Thank you, Chair. The issue that I want to find out is whether this technology and the fact that and what was known that to have a voice you must be a majority did not actually bring about the frustration and the anger to say if we are not in the majority we don't have a voice in this industry.
Wathatha umhlakazi umbuzo wakhe xa ndisho nkatshela ukuba ufuna uqonda uba injongo iyiyo ethi inalo izwi elingaphezulu ngoba ingumbutho ongaphezulu ingaba loo nto ayiyo into mhlawumbi engunobangela yoba kube khona ukungazinzi okuthile phakathi kwemibutho okanye ijongele eminye imibutho ingahle iyijongele phantsi. i-NUM kaloku ililunga le-COSATU kanti ke i-COSATU inemigaqo yayo ethile kodwa ke ingajongelanga phantsi okanye ingatsho uba abanye abantu abangakwazi uba bangabi nemibutho yabo. Singalibali into yoba uninzi lwabantu linento enayo ufuna khona ukuba abantu mabaze kuwe ufanele uba mawuba uthethe abanye abantu okanye eminye imibutho kakubi uyipha amagama athile uthi ungacinga uba xa ngabe uzithengisa wena funeka uchaze uba ndicela uze kukuqala ucawa ngoba mna ndiza kukhusela ndizakwenza iinto ezithile ndizakwenza iinto ezithile hayi uba mawuthi uba uzibona aphulana okanye iinto ezinjalo uthi kanti ke kufana namntu umzekelo abantu abathengisayo abanokwazi ukuthi lo uthengisa ibhanana ayonto iza kuqala kuba ndithengisa iorenji kodwa funeka ndichaze uba sizawusala sothengisa iorenji kuba izawukhusela nasebusika.
It is going to be our submission to the Commission that this Marikana issue that is so distressing was because a road driller, as you have clearly explained, with very specific circumstances and conditions, was subjected to a system that did not give them a voice because they happen to be less than what is supposed to be a majority union with a voice. So that frustration gave them no other but the outlet of doing things outside of the collective bargaining system.
Uthi uyabona into abangachaza uba ngendlela babona ngayo uba esona sizathu esibangela ukuba kube khona le ntlekele.
The submission, I take it the submission is not going to be that was the sole cause of what happened. At the last that you will put the submission, I take it, will be that it was a contributory cause. Is that correct?
Yes, contributing.
I think that's important because the witnesses dealt with that aspect before. But
Yes.
You understand the point by that, Mr. Sequoia?
Yes. Ibanegama kakhulu ukuba kube khona yonke le nto mhlawumbe iba yenye yezinto ezibangele kubekho le ntlekelo kubana umsebenzi owasebenza ukuqhekeza amatye phaya engodini uye wafakwa kwiimeko ezimaqondo okanye ezingacacanga kakuhle eziye zabangela uba kaloku kube khona izikhalazo ezinobangela ukuba mabaphume baqhubelele bangaphandle. Abantu abayi-zero drillers abanogaqubana elizimele lodwa ngabantu abangamalunga wemibutho yabasebenzi abantu abangamalunga we-NUM abantu mhlawumbe abaphethwe ngemisebenzi abayenzayo uba hayi ngoba wena uyi-road driller kaloku ke uzawuba kule group ayisebenzi ngolo hlobo ngaphandle kokuba mhlawumbe ezindululo asenzayo umhlakazi sesizama ukuchaza ukuba ibengabantu abazinalo bodwa abalicaqubana bangekho bangamalungu wemibutho ethile.
Mr. Rumpel, it sounds as if you're not going to get the witness to agree
Yes.
that your attack on them is but now would be that you can come back to some later stage with other witnesses, possibly even witnesses your own. But I don't think it's any more.
It's just as I said, it is a submission I will make.
Yes, okay.
I'm not going to argue with the witness.
Do you have any more questions?
Yes.
We can't put it being dealt with before the John minutes or longer?
Chairperson, you see, there are certain things that
I want to take the lunch adjournment shortly. The question is, do I take it now and you come back after lunch, or is there a short little point you can make quickly before we take the lunch adjournment?
just finish with the issue of the collective bargaining and how everyone is doing in the collective bargaining. This is one of the submissions I will make on the issue of collective bargaining, which I want to finalize now. But even though you feel that you've done everything you could in order to avoid Marikana, if we have to benchmark with unions internationally, for instance, do you sit on the board of directors of companies like London where you can make input? Because the reason why I'm asking is because, for instance, in Europe, when they describe corporate governance, they look at the shareholder, they look at the union and the interest of the workers. So is it something that is happening here?
Wathi xa ubuza ke kwiindaba zodliwano-ndlebe okanye ingqungquthela ezibanjwayo ufuna uqonda ukuba ingaba mhlawumbe wenza njengasemazweni angaphesheya ukuba abe lilunga okanye ahlale kwibhodi abarholi xa ngaba kuthethwa okanye kuqhutywa imibandela ethile uyaba khona njengakwamanye amazwe na?
In South Africa, we don't have trade unionists sitting in the board of companies for which they are bargaining. You will find that often in Germany, in co-operation, one class sits in such boards. But in all other environments, it does not happen. But for reality, the fact that the positions, the first is done. There are only the first institutions between area and capacity. The changes in the prices of commodities, look at inflation, look at all those things, and try to say this is the area we really believe. And we're saying that anyone in the last year have been able to reach agreements for inflation. That's why when we stand to say what not less than 2 digits, not good for real workers. Was not happy with us. That they were inflationary. And the point of that, you don't need to sit in corporates. The other thing for you to have not really is that you need to have a sitting board and persist in that situation. Not what happens the person of workers. The issue of the is that it should not be bound on the same way that they've been beginning. And the person of workers in Germany the conditions. And all this would survive here at home.
Wathi kanti ke uzokwenza umzekelo njengezo laseJamani apho abantu bakwaziyo okanye imibutho ikwaziyo ukuhlala kwezo bhodi zenkampani ezithile zikwazi ushukuxa imiba ethile maqondana nabasebenzi. Kodwa ke apho ayenzaki loo nto kweli lethu loMzantsi ngoba ukuhlala kwakho kwezo nkampani okanye kwezo bhodi kungenza ukuba ngenye indlela bakwazi ukubonisa uba mavumelane nabo okanye uhambisane nezi ndlela bona bafuna ngazo. Kodwa nje kunjalo akulandani loo nto ulilunga lombutho wabasebenzi ba ungakwazi ukuphanda kanzulu ngezinto ezithile wenze iziphakamisa zakho uzifake phaa. Njengoba sichazile ukuba kwiminyaka emithathu bakwazile ukwenza uphando olunjalo.
Well, the last question before lunch should be, if indeed your answer is correct, then what I've heard about you having a lot of influence in the corridors of Parliament and being able to change legislation, which happens to be bigger forum than the Board of Directors, then I have serious questions about that. Thanks.
I have questions about it. What's the question you're asking now?
The question in favor of workers, then the pools, statements, the land working and the influence of employment, they make no number whether you consider Parliament less important than a meeting of board of directors.
I take your question, but I take it one of these. Do you agree with the sentiments he's expressed?
Yes, I think it is because Parliament already told us and at last example is 14,000 company moving from South Africa elsewhere. Something that has been discussed in the board of directors, and we got to know it when it's actually at the point of implementation.
Ngoba xa uhlala kwezi bhodi uyakwazi ukufumana iinkcukacha ezipheleleyo ngoqoqosho neenkampani ezithile mhlawumbe ezishenxayo ziya kwamanye amazwe okanye zishenxela kwezinye iinkampani. Xa uhlala kwezo bhodi uyakwazi uba ufumane ezo nkcukacha ngokupheleleyo.
As someone not in a board of a company, I was informed that one of the rules that governs boards is that as a board holder, you have got the interest of the shareholder. And the stakeholders, not shareholders. The benefit for the way you are the president of a attention because in circumstances the treasury is the president. So that is the answer for what you are raising. And I repeat, currently in the European Union, the
izinto esingenazo apha eMzantsi uthi kanti ke xa uhleli okanye wenza izinto ezinjalo unganyanzeleka ukuba mawuthathe izigqibo ezihambisana nebhodi ngoba ibhodi yona kakhulu ijonge kakhulu amalungelo amalunga abo qha abajonganga into ezininzi yinto ekhoyo apha eAfrika nasemzantsi jikelele.
We would now take the lunch adjournment. Mr. Zokwana, you saw on the earth?
Yes.
Are you still questioning?
Mr. Zokwana, I think we deal with the issue of collective bargaining. Now let's go to the incident coming from the 11th. Let me ask you, your main concern when you went to London and when you spoke to the police was the protection of your workers, your members. Is that correct?
uthi ubuzo masize kule mini ibisenzeka pha ukuba ngomhla ka-11 njalo into enkulu wayekhathazekile ngemeko yabasebenzi naye ngaba kunjalo uthi ngethuba ngomhla ka-12 ke ibilusuku lokhuseleko labasebenzi basemayini.
And that is why I propose that there has to be more forces that try to protect workers that would like to come to work.
Ngoba yiyo loo nto kukho isidingo sokuba kubakho amabutho okhuseleko ukuthi bakwazi ukhusela abasebenzi abeze emsebenzini.
It was to protect workers all around because not all people were being killed because they at work. Others were being killed as we became aware that there may be a list of leaders of NUM to be killed.
Uthi bikukhusela abasebenzi apha emayini hayi into yabantu abazawubulawa because ngalo xesha babesebenolwazi lohlu okanye incwadi yamalunga we-NUM abazawubulawa.
Yeah, the one thing that I think to miss in this whole thing is the happenings of the 16, that is, you know, the ultimate horrible incident of the 16. Was this on the way to work of some of the workers, or how would that incident protect people that were coming to work?
Kubantu waqondiya ngesigameko okanye intlekele yangomhla ka-16 ngeli xesha ke kuzawugqibela kusenzeke yonke le nto ngaphandle kakuba ingaba laa nto yenzeke abanye abantu okanye abasebenzi bebephangela okanye kuqhubeke ntoni.
As I have said, that on the 15th, we had a interview with the president of AMCO. But that was the timelines have been lost. And the public callers as well as the host of the program.
Uthi kanti ke ngomhla ka-15 njengoba ke bebenentlanganiso nenkokheli ye-AMCO besebevele uba kukho abantu abalishumi ababesebeswelekile njengoba bafumana loo ngxelo njalo.
The people were representing council.
Abanye babo bantu abaswelekileyo ngaba ke umhlekazi abameleyo namhlanje.
And the issue was for us to go to the copy and address people so that they desist from the practices that were taking place.
Eyona ndaba engundoqo ibikukuya phaya entabeni ukuyothetha kuyozama uthetha nabasebenzi ukuba mabayeke le nto abayenzayo okanye laa nto iqhubekayo phaa.
It was to talk to them to agree to disarm and hire processes of negotiations between the employer and the unions to take place.
Ibikuzama ukufumana uba mabavume abantu babeke izixhobo phantsi ukwenzela ukuthi kukwazi ukubakho udliwano okanye kubekho impatho phakathi komsebenzi kumqeshi namalungu okanye nemibutho yabasebenzi.
The other thought is that it was not about people going to work, about people who were on the copy armed.
Impendulo yakhe kafutshane bafutshane kuba ibengeyiyo ndaba yabantu abaya emsebenzini okanye abaphangelayo ngelo xesha kodwa ibe ngabantu ababapha entabeni.
Yeah, but the question that I'm asking is, so in relation to people that could be protected to go to work, the copy was not really relevant. If the intention was to protect people that are going to work, the copy could just be sort of ostracized and these people could be protected and go to work.
Uthi kodwa
That's the question I'm asking.
umbuzo wakhe kuba ubangaba mhlawumbe ibikukhusela abantu abaya emsebenzini ethetha ukuthi abantu okanye lento yabantu basentabeni yona bengangeni indawo kuloo nto.
And that is if the copy was not on the way to work. That is if it had nothing to do with ordinary, non-organized members who wanted to just go and conduct business as workers.
Ibe ngayinto kwenzana nabantu abamhlamba abangamalungu abangengomalungu we-NUM okanye abantu nje abangabasebenzi mhlamba bebefuna ukuqonda ukuba kuqhubeka ntoni na.
So, if you have read the statement of Abandon Mkhuhara, who was with two of the former clients, details what happened on that day. They were deployed by the government to prevent people from the copy going to warehouse operations to remove working people. Therefore, I am not an expert in such issues of protection, but what I know is that the reason for the deployment of people to prevent people from the copy from going to working places or people going to work and harm them.
Uthi akanancutshe xa kuza kwezo zinto zokhuseleko okanye into eziphathelele naloo nto kodwa ubangaba umhlekazi angaya kwixhegu lestatement sika akanyang Motlogelwa uzawukwazi ufumanisisa uba kakuhle kwenzeka ntoni ngalaa mini kanye ngoba ubangaba mhlawumbi kukho abantu abebebekiwe phayana ukuba balandela abantu ukusuka phaa entabeni ukuba bangayi emisebenzini akanalwazi kodwa elo xhegu lingachaza kangcono.
So in the statement, it says that when people were on the copy, they were able to travel to areas where people were working. As the incident of that day, page 84 of that statement will show you what really happened.
Uthi kafutshane ke lo eso statement siyachaza ukuthi abantu bebephaya entabeni bebekwazi ukuya kwezinye bangene kwezinye indawo ezabantu apho baphangela khona okanye basebenza khona. Xa sijonga ku-page 84 ichaza kakuhle uzayivisisa xa ifika apho.
So what you're saying is that people that were in the copy were moving into the workplace to stop people from going to work and going back to the copy. Is that what you're saying?
Uthi ingaba into oyitshoyo kuba abantu bebephaya entabeni bebekwazi uhamba phaya banqandela abantu abaya emsebenzini abaphangelayo ukuthi baphindele babuyele entabeni okanye uthini.
People were deployed was to prevent people in the copy from going to the hostel, NM offices in some such areas. On the day in 1984, they were marching on the copy to the NM office, and they were instructing them to prevent them to pass their vehicles since the two cars were attacked and the two people were killed. So what I'm saying is that there have been other activities that the people in the copy were having. So of course what I say, if the people in the copy were preventing them going down, no quarter of I don't think that the right scenario as shown by that statement.
Uthi kanti ke abantu bebephaya entabeni bebekwazi ukuhamba baya kwezinye iindawo ezohlukeneyo kanti ke enye into kuba njengoba bebebekiwe phaya bebebekelwe izizathu benezizathu zabo zoba bebekelwe ntoni phayana. Enye into kuba abantu njengoba uzawubona kwesa statement uba kukho ezinye iimoto ezimbini eziye zatshisa kukho abantu ababenqandwa ngoba aba bantu bebenqanda ukuba mabangayi kwihostel mabangayi kwii-offices ze-NUM.
Well, let me put it to you that in one of the Chair. The copy is actually far from the workplace, and if the copy could have been called off, people, ordinary workers, could actually just go to work whilst that was kept on that.
Mr. Chair, so this question, as far as this witness is concerned, I can understand you might want to ask the other witnesses.
As it plays
I
out.
don't think that Mrs. Aquana is in a position to give a meaningful, helpful answer to it.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chair, I would like to say an objection. It's a policing question. It's got nothing to do with Mr. Zukwana.
I think you will withdraw the question, won't you?
Mr. President, as the President of the OMAN, I would like you to give your opinion on this proposal that I'm putting, that it was possible to actually call them out for the copy and have normal work activities going. Your opinion, if you agree, you agree. If you don't, you don't.
Mr. Chair, I have no objection. It's an irrelevant opinion with respect. It doesn't have at all to say I'm asking you as the President of NUM whether that could be done. It's a policing decision. Mr. Zukwana has said that he called for reinforcements and approached the Minister on the 12th because of what he had seen. It's nothing to suggest that he was involved in any discussions around the role of the COPI and how police forces should be deployed.
You say about that?
The relevance to Mr. Zukwana is that his concern is protection of his workers going to work. And that is as far as I understand. Can I finish?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. As far as I understand, that is his main concern. And the question is being asked to say, if that were to, that could have happened, would his members have been safer, or would there have been a problem?
Now, is he
with that type of
in a position to answer that?
He
He wasn't present at the scene. He can only go on what other people told him happened.
Yes.
Aren't we, as the commissioners, in exactly the same position that he would be in to decide that question? Because this information that he has will obviously include all the information we've got, and we will have far more other information he hasn't got. So I don't see how he can help us.
Well, Chairperson, and this is my response to you, and if you accept it, it's okay. If you don't, it's fine. But I'm saying, as a leader in the union, his concern, and that is the concern that he actually raised to the employer, that he raised to the police, was the safety of clients that I represent, amongst others. And the question is directed at what would make him satisfied that that safety is actually being taken care of. And I'm saying, if I were my baby, and I was not going to go via the copy, and I would be protected from where I would be coming from to work and back, with the copy calling off, would he be satisfied about my safety?
I'm not sure that his degree of satisfaction is in any way relevant to answering any of the questions the President has posed to us in terms of the terms of reference. So that's another question. Please proceed to the next one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now let's go to the issue of whether members were actually directly involved on the 11th.
Kulisuku lange umhla ka-11 apho ke amalunga wakho awayebandekanyeka khona.
The Commission has seen video clips of or taken by, I think it's security officers of learning. And I think it's 3 days before the 11th. And in all of them, they were recording incidents of workers going to work, other getting into a shaft. And almost all of them said, and it's 5 o'clock, this happened, and the situation is peaceful. What I'm trying about it is, as at that time, all of which were before the 11th, they record that the situation was peaceful.
Yebo abenzengayo eyoba kwezintathu phambi komhla ka-11 kukho abantu mhlawumbe bingonogada abapha elonmini ababethatha ifoto okanye ividiyo eziziboniwayo apha abachaza kuzo uba yonke into mhlawumbe ngo-5 ngokuhlwa bachaza uba hayi yonke into izolile akho ngxaki zinto bebezenza iintsuku zintathu ngaphambi kwale mini yango-11.
Do you think that the security officers who recorded had any reason not to present their observation? Would you agree that they were presenting the observation as they saw it?
What is the relevance of his opinion on that question?
It is.
I understand it's a point you're going to argue at the end. It may well be an issue in respect of which you would wish us to make a finding. But will we be assisted one way or the other by his opinion on the matter?
Yes.
Oh.
Because if indeed the record by Longman was that there were no problems before the 11th, and that after the 11th the situation changed, then as a leader of the union, at least if there were one or another involved in the incident of the 11th, then as a leader of the union, he's got to at least say, my union was involved at this point when the situation changed.
I still don't understand the relevance of the answer that he gives. The mere fact that he's the president of NUM, does that give his opinion on the point any extra force in this context that we're busy with?
It is very relevant. It is actually, because remind the chairperson that we have cross-examined witnesses, and time again, the issue of how the situation changed after the 11th is actually the crux. And whether the union has to admit that what happened on the 12th, they contributed to, and that was the turning point. Or anyone can say that no, this situation has been volatile all along, as sometimes the evidence wants to suggest.
It was difficult to argue this witness wasn't on the scene, except for, apart from what happened later on, except he arrived in the afternoon of the 12th, around about 1 o'clock, as I understand, received reports, and then went and spoke to the representatives of London. He hasn't had any knowledge of his own dealing with the other matters that you refer to. So how can anything he said on the point that is the subject of your question assist us to make any findings either in your favour or against you on the points you wish to argue?
Yes. Chairperson, if the terms of reference are saying Minister Zogwana as president should or shouldn't have done one or two things, then I would probably agree with you. The terms of reference refer to a union. He is a leader of that union. The union is supposed to have given a report on their activity on the 11th or otherwise. And the response that these terms of reference require is not a personal response. It is an organizational response.
The union, he's here as a witness. He's not here as a spokesman for the union, able to make statements binding on the union. At the end of the first phase, there will be arguments from the various parties. And NUM's counsel will be able to make admissions, or not, as the case may be, on behalf of NUM in respect to the issues we wish to raise. But it's all clear to me how any statement he makes in his capacity as a witness, he's not NUM, he's just Mr. Zakwala, who happens to be the president of NUM, who has knowledge about certain things that happened over the relevant period. I'm not sure that anything he would say regards to the question you've asked will assist us.
He said a lot of things about things that he actually does not have personal knowledge of. He has been receiving reports.
That is true. answer was. So that was why I allowed these questions to be asked. And in as much as he's a trade linguist and is able to speak with experience and understanding of many of these matters, I allowed them. But I think that we've gone even beyond the extended boundary which I allowed up to now.
Chairperson, I do understand where the chairperson is coming from. Just that I think the issue of the turning point is actually very important for the chairperson to ever say, because you see, there was cross-examination by, say, Mr. Mpofu on what might or might not have happened on the 11th, and that was conversed quite extensively. And the commission is going to hold a view on that, dependent on what he said in relation to the 11th. It would be
very specific answer that he gave, in answer to the cross-examination to which you referred, which you wish to discuss with him, and which you wish to challenge. Because if what you are asking relates to specific answers he gave that you want to challenge, I'll obviously allow you to do that. Subject to Mr. Tip who turned his microphone on the moment. But if you tell me that you only asked him about things he said that you want to challenge, subject to what Mr. Tip says, I'll allow you to ask the question. But let's hear what Mr. Tip has to say first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question as framed is objectionable on another ground. The question is based on the proposition that before the 11th, all the security records and the Crown's Book entries kept by lawmen reflect an entirely peaceful environment. That proposition is factually wrong, and evidence has been placed before the Commission of the number of entries made by security personnel of lawmen in the course of the evening and night of the 10th to the 11th. There were numerous incidents of intimidation. Direct evidence has been given here by, amongst others, Mr. Setlele, who accompanied the NIM Quantum in the course of that night, speaking about incidents of intimidation of people who were evidently preventing others from threatening those NIM members in the Quantum, so that if my learned friend wants a turning point, then he must not look at the morning of the 11th of August, he must look at the evening of the 10th of August, and he must direct his attention not to Mr. Zokwana on behalf of NIM, but to the strikers.
Yes. Whatever Senior Counsel Tip is referring to is not what we have as evidence of a group that we're talking about. It's some information about maybe things that happened between one or two or maybe a number of individuals. But we are referring to a situation where you had an identifiable group of road drillers having grouped themselves with a particular purpose of venting either their anger or frustration and working in unison. And when all of the clips that are being referred to are instances where you actually had groups of people that were either singing the wellness, I think, on the 10th, where the singing was happening right in front of the Roman security, and there was no threat of life.
Sorry to interrupt you, but it would be helpful if we looked at the exhibit XX2. If you look at page, looks like 23, this deals with the 10th. If you have that page in front of you, you will see that at 16:30, that's 4:30 in the afternoon, there's an entry, intimidation at Wonderkop. Looks like inline officers compliant team Mahalo. And there's a reference. Then it's at 17:15 on the 10th of August. you raised with me, that you said in answer to a question I raised with you actually, that something that the witness said in answer to Mr. Mpofu that you wish to challenge, that you can obviously do, and as long as you don't base it on an incorrect premise as to what happened on what date, then Mr. Tip won't object. So would you like to reframe the question in a way that will make the points raised?
Thank you, Chair. Just as a point of clarification, the intimidations that you have read, do they relate to are they specific as to where they came from?
The reference in the logbook. It seems clear in the context of all these entries, what they're about. I have no more information that is in the logbook.
Yes.
So I'm asking anything about that. This is a quality knows and he knows nothing.
Yeah, it is my submission that in a mine situation where you have a strike, intimidation could come from anywhere. But evidence that we have of intimidation or of conduct that is before the commission, that we have on record, on clips, is information of a group or video clips of a group singing, either with sticks. And what my submission to you, Chair, is that before the 11th, this group had been singing, and there was at least on the clips that were taken by landman security, no instance where they said there was intimidation.
There's no evidence that there was intimidation. No?
Yes.
There's no evidence that there was some phantom group or alternative group who were going around with other acts of intimidation that aren't really relevant. I mean, they're not likely. So I think the question must have some basis in reality. I'll give everyone what I like to think was friendly advice to reformulate the question along the lines we discussed, and then I'll allow you to ask it.
Okay. Mr. Marikana, did I hear you in your evidence stating that you do not consider that anyone should be blamed either in whole or in part for the incident that happened at the London office on the 11th of August?
emva kothethathethwano olude nengcebisa kumhlali kusihlalo uba umbuzo mawaze njani na uthi umhlekazi ke umbuzo wakhe uba ingabe
police station.
umbuzo wakhe uba ingabe uyavuma uba okanye utsho yena uba ityala lonke malingabekwa phezu kwe-NUM ngentlekelo okanye isigameko esenzeke phaa ngalaa mini phambi kweza ofisi zakwa-NUM.
Thanks, Chairperson. The question has been raised by Councillor Mpofu. I already referred to it was that it is this commission which will have to verify the information. And as far as I'm concerned, any substance or in the office saw it fit to defend the office and defend the others. Whether putting blame to the LM for that day, I think this commission has been supplied with statements of all people who are in the office. So I cannot sit here and judge whether that information is enough to find guilt with the union. But I cannot thank the chairperson for showing page 22 of this report, which details events before the 11th. For a single chairperson, you are only interested on the 11th, want to make it the day on which everything was based on.
uthi njengoba seke wachaza ngaphambilini ngexesha ebuza ngumnumzana Mpofu ngentlekelo okanye isiganeko ezenzeke phaa ngalaa mini ngomhla ka-11 uthi uye wachaza ukuthi abantu bebephaya abasebenzi okanye amalunga we-NUM bebephaya eofisini baye babona kufanelekile ngalaa mini uba mabakhusele iofisi ye-NUM kanye neempilo zabo kanti bayaba mhlawumbe ufuna uqhubekeka ekugqibeleni izawuba sisigqibo sale komishoni ukubona nokukhulunonga ubungqina obuphambi kwayo uba ngaba mhlawumbe loo nto ingabiza uba zizitshumo ezibekwa phezu kwe-NUM okanye yintoni na kodwa ke makaye kwi-page 23 le nto afuna ukuthetha ngayo iinkcukacha zale nto yenzekileyo iintsuku ezintathu athetha ngazo phambi kwale mini ye-11.
You have also, in your evidence, said that if you look at the conduct of
uye wachaza ukuya phambili ukuba abukho ubungqina obuphathekayo obungabeka ngenye indlela eyohlukileyo.
It could have deterred beyond relevance as people's lives are being threatened.
Uthi bengabe ibiyinto ethe ukwenzeka leyo mhlawumbe ngayenzeke xa kuba ukudlula ngolo hlobo eyenzeke ngayo ngaloo mini mhlawumbe ke iimpilo ezininzi ngezaba sesichengeni ukudlula ngale ndlela ezenzeke ngayo ngaloo mini.
You've also said in your evidence that anyone would not resolve issues by giving violence back.
Uthi uyachaza ukuba i-MUN yona ngendlela yayo ayixazululi ingxaki ngendlela yokuba ngokwenza ngodushe.
Is what I said.
Uthi kodwa yona nto ethethileyo leyo.
And I take it that if you really want to help the commission, when you see weaknesses, you'll be the first to admit that there's a weakness here we need to correct. Is that how we should deal with this commission?
Uthi ingaba yindlela yakhe achazayo uba ngaba mhlawumbe uba sifuna ukuqhuba le commission uba ngaba kukho ubungqina okanye into engenzekanga kakuhle engahambanga kakuhle kukho amaphutha kwezinye iindawo yiyona ndlela yekomishini yokuba ingazixazulula na ngumbuzo lowo.
Surely he can only give evidence along the lines that you indicate where he has personal knowledge. Otherwise he would be, if he's just giving his opinion as to the weakness of some witnesses and strength of others, won't he be usurping the functions of the commission, which is something that he shouldn't be allowed to do?
No, Chairperson, I wouldn't like him to usurp the function of the commission. I'm sure we don't want that to happen. But I think that we want a country where if there are weaknesses in the system of organizations that are led by leaders in the country, then those leaders would then look stuck in the weaknesses and say, there's a weakness here, let's see how we correct it. Because without that attitude, we will have recurrence and leaders will every time, and this is the approach that I think I am sort of trying to get out of our leaders that are giving evidence here. That you cannot have in a country where you have such a serious incident that very important stakeholders, instead of looking at what has actually happened and admitting where there are weaknesses, they go into a lap and become defensive. Because, I mean, whether it's the job of the commission or not, it is, I think, the responsibility of a social partner that is as important as anyone, that if there's a problem, they should be able to assist and say, you know, we have a problem here. Not only was leading assisting future processes of learning, I mean, as one of the biggest unions in Africa, not the country, they will also be assisting unions that are coming after it to take responsibility where it is necessary to do so.
What you say might be true for statements made from public platforms, but when we have a commission which is sitting as a fact-finding tribunal, in effect, to find facts, we should not allow ourselves to be influenced by people who have a personal knowledge of the facts, but just come to express their opinions. And then, then we have other people coming and doing the same, and the claim will be unnecessarily lengthened by a lot of evidence which in fact takes the matter no further. It's for us to decide, on the evidence before us, whether no one can be blamed for some of the things that you were referring to, and what the personal opinion of the president or the vice president or the secretary or the treasurer of them is on those matters is a matter of no concern to me. So I'll just have another question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Zokwano, would you still stick by your evidence anyone, and that except for a rubber union that you have mentioned, and that the commission, you leave everything to take a decision on.
Most statement will not be taken as read. One mentioned issue of a rubber union and what I presume to be allegations. I was brought over and I have retracted that statement. I would say that after stage where it is shown, because I've seen when we've been trying to curtail anything that happened before the 11th to be non-existence, even though people were found to was badly injured. To you, it is a wrong issue. The issue is because the issue on the day there is this incident at the NM office. And I'm still saying, if the commission will find, no matter to what extent anyone could have had, anyone will deal with that. But I'm not going to submit to the result that anyone is guilty without giving concrete evidence to what you are accusing anyone of having done.
Uthi yena ke xa ephendula umbuzo otshoyo uba ingaba usamile kubungqina bakhe ukuba yonke into eyenzeke phangalamini ayilotyala le-NUM ngaphandle kuba mhlawumbe ibe lityala lowo umbutho ojamelene nayo. Uthi ke makazame ukugqwetha inketho yakhe kodwa ke uyabona uba indlela afuna ukuza ngayo yile ndlela afuna ukuzisa ngayo izinto ezenzekileyo ngaphambi kwale mini ekwenzeke ngayo phaa kwii-ofisi ze-NUM. Into ayitshoyo kuba uba ngaba mhlawumbe ikomishoni ifikelela ezigqibeni ezithile yena okanye umbutho wakhe kuyi-NUM izawujongana nezo zigqibo zekomishoni kodwa ke okwangoku makangabuzi ngeento ezithile ukuba ngaba lityala likabani.
And you have personal knowledge that other ones should have been looked at because they are the ones to blame.
Uthi ke ingaba ke inkatho yakhe ke uba mhlawumbe ke ezinye iunion okanye eminye imibutho ingaba lityala labo eli. Mhlawumbe yiyo kufuneka ibonise ikomishoni uba mayiqhube njani na kodwa into ayitshoyo kuba eyona nto yenzeka ngalamini ayoba nje ngabantu okanye iqaqobane labantu labasebenzi abasuke abazenzela into ezithile ngalamini kwenzeke laa nto kwiiofisi kwa-NUM kodwa futhi engatyhole ntu ungakhombanga kubani na kodwa ngumsebenzi wale komishini nexanduva layo uba mayifunisise iinkcukacha ezipheleleyo uba kuqhubeke ntoni yintoni kanye yenzekileyo uba makwenzeke laa nto lamini.
So in brief, you are actually just saying you don't have personal information or a view on who might have caused this. The commission will see whether anyone caused it, whether anyone could cause it, whether any other factors might have caused it. And therefore, you actually just move out of the situation and say, Commission, check the facts and decide.
Sure, that's a question, but I've already indicated to you that any view that he may have on the matter is, as far as I'm concerned, irrelevant. We have to form a view at the end on the evidence. Whatever view he's formed on the evidence that he has is of no concern to us. I've already ruled that. What you're now putting is an attempt to approach the same point from another angle, and I'm not going to fall for it, and I'm just allowing the
Chairperson, why I'm asking this question. Because it's very important.
The question about his view, give me a chance, I'll give you a chance, man. You are asking a question about his view, and I've told you I'm not interested, we're not interested in his view. His view doesn't help us. He may, we're our views, but I've got to put some check on the evidence before us. I don't want to hear what his view is. And the question you were asking was an attempt from the other side to refer to his view. Now, and that's what I'm disallowing. If you want to ask a question based on his own knowledge or something that he can legitimately answer, obviously I'll allow you to do so.
Chairperson, let me just put the context of my question.
Sorry, give me a chance. Firstly, tell me what your question is.
Yes. The question is, in as far as he's given evidence on things that he has no personal knowledge of, ascribing blame to others that he says he cannot testify to and should not be considered. In the same way,
he denies that he's attributed blame to anybody. He says he didn't attribute blame to anybody. He says there are other people who may be to blame, but that's for us to decide, to investigate. What evidence are you referring to where he attributed blame to any other union or body?
Chairperson, I would not be able to recall the exact words that were used, but there was a lot of insinuation of other unions that probably didn't have majority, that the commission must see whether the smoke is not coming from those unions. Now, that is evidence. And if a leader of a union says, well, I'm not to blame, but check others.
No, sorry. I'm not sure that he said I'm not to blame. If it said I'm not to blame and they're to blame, then I can understand the question you want to ask. I understand him. If I misunderstood him, you must correct me. He doesn't express an opinion as to whether NUM is to blame. He says that's for the commission to decide. He doesn't specifically name anybody. There may have been a bit of insinuation and innuendo, but he appears to have abandoned that in the latest answers he gave, because he says he doesn't blame anybody. So if that's what he says, then you've achieved what you set out to achieve, namely to do away with any insinuation or innuendo which might be interpreted as blaming anybody. So isn't that the...
I agree with you completely, Chair. Just that there was a time when the questioning then came. Do you think your shop stewards, in defending the office, acted in a manner that is proper? And that is why the issue of returning of violence was actually taken up. And you see,
there again, you're busy with his opinion. I have the opinion that your shop stewards were negligent or acted illegally in doing something. Well, let's assume he thinks that they didn't act illegally or they didn't act negligently. Does it take the matter any further? He wasn't there. We have to decide on the evidence as to whether it could be said that the shop stewards concerned were acting in accordance with the principles of private defence, or whether they in fact went beyond what would be allowed under that doctrine. That's for us to decide on the evidence, isn't it? What he thinks about it, I don't want to insult him, but what he thinks in the matter doesn't interest me in the least. Okay. It shouldn't interest you either.
Yes, I agree with you. But we have to accept that members get a coup from the leadership. And organizations take positions on how they would react in particular situations. So, for instance, if defending NUM means that if they're advised that no, it's better that you leave, but the position of the organization is that no, you don't leave the office, you stay on and defend, then that is not an opinion. It is a position of an organization. And that is a position of the organization that this commission has to say, is this the position of the organization or is it not? If it's the position of the organization, then obviously you have a situation where that position may actually have resulted in the conflict between the two unions. And this is what I'm just trying to get, because if it is the position of the organization and it stays.
Let's ask the questions briefly, shortly. Oprah Winfrey style. Is it the position of NUM that it's the duty of shop stewards to stand and defend the office of NUM, even if in doing so they go beyond what is permitted under the common law doctrine of private defence? Is that the position of NUM? Never mind what the common law is, even if it's contrary to the common law, NUM's shop stewards must still stand there and defend the office. Is that the position of NUM?
Umbuzo ke masubuza ngalendlela uba ingaba intetho yakhe yoba umsebenzi we-shop stewards zakwanum kuba ukuzikhusela nee-ofisi zakwanum kukuba beme noba kungaphaya kwamandla abo kodwa beme bakhusele impilo zabo ne-ofisi zakwanum. Ingaba iyona ndlela leyo na?
First, the question is the position of the MNM is not to indulge in violence. The shop stewards first create a situation where the total could not support security. They fight to defend the union. It does not represent our view that we should use violence to deal with such issues. But I would like the person to check whether the council has got an instruction from the local councillors, because
No, that's not your function. He's not paying for AMCU anyway. No, I'm not going to allow that. I think you've answered the question.
Impendulo yakhe kuba uyabulela ngalombuzo uza ngayo ocacileyo uba ngumsebenzi we-shop steward ukuba mabame bakhusele okanye umlenze abaxhathisa ngawo kulowo bazazikhusela nakanjani na. Impendulo ayifunayo leyo.
Chairperson, I think you didn't allow it, but it's very important. This is not about unions.
Give me a chance. He wanted to know whether you got instructions from AMCU.
Yes.
You're not applying for AMCU.
No.
It's not a proper question for him to ask you, and even though he's not allowed to ask questions, it disallowed that question on two grounds. A, he's not allowed to ask questions, and B, it's a proper question anyway. So you don't have to worry about that. That's off the table. Carry on with the next question if you have any.
Chairperson, just that public perception is very important in this, and it has to be emphasized, especially because of his position, that the commission is not about this or that union. It's about saving lives in situations of this nature, and we have to delve into weaknesses as we see them. And obviously, Chair, you will always be there to stop us where we go wrong. But unless we go into it, the perception may actually be wrong from the other side. So,
whether you're challenging the ruling I just gave, or you're
investing in public perception, and therefore the chairperson, the president, should understand that I don't.
I'm sure Mr. Tip will speak to him privately afterwards. The public perception, I hope, is that this commission is concerned with only one thing: to ascertain the truth in respect to the questions we've been asked by the president. No matter who may be injured or hurt or dissatisfied at the answers we come up with. That's our only objective, to ascertain the truth. That's where it starts, that's where it finishes. The public, I hope, knows that already. If they don't know that already, I hope they know it now. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Zapata, in concluding my assessment, and this is the submissions that I will make to this commission, my assessment is that part of what contributed to Marikana is that there was complacency within them, not only as a trade union, but as an important trade union in the country. Would you agree?
Phonononga okanye ngendlela yena abona ngayo uba kuyokuba nendlela engahambisanga kakuhle kwinum engumbutho engangumbutho nje kodwa engumbutho omkhulu kunayo imibutho. Ingaba umnumzana uzokwazi ukuvumelana naloo nto?
And the complacency is reflected in how NUM actually defines itself as having reached phase 6, and they call it articulation phase. And that belief that you have reached that stage actually created complacency, and that complacency created weaknesses in how you control or effective control and liaison with your ordinary membership.
Interpreter tries to interpret the question.
Uthi loo nto kanti ke eyenzekileyo kwinum iyona nto eye yabanga ukuba okanye kube khona le nto iyenzekileyo kude kufikelele kweli zinga ngokuba libiza u-phase 6. Eli zinga ke leli apho kukho uthethathethwano khona okanye iingxoko ezithile. Ingaba yiyo loo nto eyenzeka okanye imizanga izinto ezenzekileyo kwinum ezabangela ukuba kubekho loo nto eyenzekayo?
Thanks, person. I disagree with your assessment. I understand it because you're not in our conference. You are writing a document. The data that you don't have. In essence, if anyone would have been complacent, it could have been before the Impala situation. We understood the fact that there are challenges. If you take our report thoroughly, it outlines challenges and help us to deal with them. If we define what the best union in South Africa, not what overtake us, well, I would agree with you. But unfortunately, you didn't read the report with the background understanding. You are dealing with words. And when you speak of articulation, we always believe that as a union, we've got an obligation not only to engage others, but to offer ideas. And we do that without believing that others don't exist. By the way, in the industry we're in, we're not dealing only with any member alone. We've got other partners, solidarity, welfare, and we respect their views. So how about us think that we're the only union in the industry and not with them surpass us? No. But always when we articulate other things, we look immediately. We look at what weaknesses do we have, and what happen, not blame others outside to say, because of science is happening. We always go inward looking. So there's nothing, stress that we're not convincing as a union. We believe we've got things to do. We believe we've got challenges. We believe we've got weaknesses. Those are the ones we've referred to. A person who is complacent will not see weaknesses, will not look at challenges.
Uthi bengumbutho we-NUM abaziboni bangondoqokayo ingabo bodwa abakhulukazi ukudlula yonke imibutho ekhoyo. Uthi bayazihlonipha izimvo zabanye abantu neminye imibutho. Kangoko ke ubangaba mhlawumbe kukho izinto ekufuneka bazisombululile ingxaki nemicelimingeni abanayo ekufuneka bezisombulule phakathi kombutho. Baqale bazijonge bona kuqala babone uba baxholela phi na bakazilungisa ezo ndawo ngaphambi kokuba mabaphume baye ngaphandle bayokhomba okanye batyhole abanye abantu. Ayileyo indlela ke umbutho we-NUM usebenza ngayo leyo.
That this complacency is actually what caused this catastrophe. 30 years under your watch, where you have been involved, and after 30 years of involvement, you still have this catastrophe.
Uthi kanti ke yonke loo nto yokunqena nayo yonke loo nto yiyo into ebangela ukuba makube nale ntlekele iyenzekileyo emva kweminyaka ema-30 ebandakanyeka kulo mbutho engumholi walo mbutho, kodwa kuze kube nanamhlanje kusenzeka iintlekele ezinjena na.
Disasters over the past 5 years. The world globally has grown to 2 disasters, 2 world wars. And you cannot believe the fact that the first occurrences happen. By the way, I think the first defend the view that says NM has been the causer. But I still repeat that to link all this to complacency is really, you have not yet assisted me to understand the basis of argument at all. Other than reading what you found in our document. And what you have said will not have assisted me. So the fact that the party is in existence doesn't mean that there will be no challenges. They appear there before, they will be there tomorrow, but it is the manner by which we deal with them. And I stand here and I will prove that we could not afford to have adopted violence as an instrument to solve problems. I have found that instances where we are making a strike, we chose to call it off, than to continue making a strike that is happening. Currently, if I tried the strike currently in London, which is illegal. We haven't involved the strike, not because we're cowards. We respect the law. There are things we cannot do as NM that are contrary to the law. We try to run the members to an illegal strike while the law dictates what should be done to make the strike legal and carry it on.
Uthi akanokuthi ba iminyaka emashumi amathathu yiyo into engabanga uba mhlawumbe kuthiwa akho micelimingeni okanye akho zingxaki abanazo ziba khona ingxaki neentlekele ziba khona. Uthi xa chaza ayeyo intlekele yokuqala le lizwe liphela kuye kwaba khona iintlekele zempi ezibe khona ezimbini iimpi ezinkulu emhlabeni kanti futhi nakule indawo yemisebenzi yeemayini kube khona enye intlekele eke yayenzeka kule minyaka idlulileyo apho bekukho i-mouthpiece kodwa ke azivele ke abantu abajongana nazo ezo kodwa ke ngumsebenzi okanye lixanduva lale komishoni uba mayifumanise inyani ukuba kuqhubeke ntoni na.
So last person, I think as a cynicals, as a council of your opponent, you have to provide whatever conclusion you want to put forward. And I'm sure you will challenge that.
Yeah, and
uthi kanti ke ngumsebenzi wakhe njengommeli uba makazise amaphuzu phambi kwekomishoni and nabo ekugqibeleni bazawusebenzana nezo zigqibo ke.
And the complacency is actually confirmed by you, both in your address to your conference and in your evidence today, that even though some of the people that died, like Fundi, are your members, Mabibi, your member, you have not, as a union, at least gone to those members and said, this is what happened, this is how we thought it would happen, it didn't happen this way. So the claim that you refer to in your statement is reflected by a union that almost 3-4 months down the line has not visited a family of a fallen member that they said must go back to work.
Ibonakala kakuhle kwingxelo yakhe nobungqina bakhe abubekileyo apha phambi kwekomishoni ukuba kodwa kubethe iinyanga zibene bangakabona ingumbutho bangakayi kwiintsapho zalamalunga ukuyoveza nokuphakamisa iimvo zabo. Loo nto ibonisa ukungakhathali kwabo nokonqena kwabo bengumbutho. Uthi yiyo kanye le nto athetha ngayo azama ukuyiveza.
If the person has came to a conclusion on NM, I can't assist him. But what I've shown here is to say that I've spoken to the family members who represent, telephonically and in person. I have articulated sympathy with the family. I've promised to visit them. I ask you are saying what I have said is not true. If you choose to put NM in the that you have chosen, I cannot be able to go and refute that. But I believe say, with NUM, I'm sure you will present that evidence before this commission. I'm concerned I would not be the issue of caring to cloud over any other witness that the commission may find chairperson. I'm concerned, like any other person has to say, did you see the signs of this happening? How do I want to deal with it? But to tell me and present everyone as the union to the extent that it could participate in the meeting with its own members is a strong statement to make. But I leave it to you because I'm sure you're going to prove that.
Uthathe izigqibo nge-NUM uthi kanti ke liqanduva lakhe elo kodwa bona bengumbutho we-NUM bazawujongana nezo zigqibo ekugqibeleni bebodwa kodwa ke bona abanawuzitsho uba bangumbutho ongenayo inkathalo ongahoyi amalunga wabo ngaphandle kokuba mhlekazi mhlawumbe unabo ubungqina obutshoyo ukuba yena okanye bangumbutho akazange adibane namalunga womndeni wala maqabane awileyo okanye futhi akazange mhlawumbe aqhagamshelane nabo ngefoni into ezinjalo uthi ngaphandle kokuthi kubekho ubungqina ayikho enye into azayithetha yena uthetha le nto bayeya bengumbutho we-NUM.
If telling the facts doesn't provide complacency, I may be failing to understand what complacency means.
Uthi ngaphandle kokuthi mhlawumbe akaqondi ngqo le nto athetha ngayo umhlekazi kuloo nto ayibuzayo.
And this issue that you have almost 64,000 members, say for instance, in Rustenburg alone, has actually created a situation where your ordinary member, as in my client, and the leadership has become too far. And therefore, that is why it is so normal for you, after 4 months, to say, I'm still going to visit that family. What has happened to the family since they saw a defaced father burned, having paid premiums for years to NUM to protect that mine worker? You see, that is what I'm talking about. And I'm saying, I'm not saying that NUM is the only union to blame, but I'm saying there is more that NUM could do or can do to make sure that those members relate to it and are protected better.
Besechazile ukuba kwi-Rustenburg yodwa bamalunga angaba yi-65,000. Loo nto echaza ukuba mhlawumbe kukho igap ekhoyo phakathi kwenkokheli ze-NUM namalunga phantsi ngoba kungeke kuthathe ixesha elingange-4 months okanye iinyanga ezine ngaphambi kokuthi umntu okanye amalunga inkokheli ye-NUM ihambe iyobona intsepho idibane nabo ithi ndisazawubabona. Uthi ke loo nto leyo yinto athetha ngayo azama ukuyifumanisisa leyo ukuba ingaba kukho inkathalo eqhubekayo apho okanye hayi.
There's what? Like different social distance between leaders and members. Sometimes distorted, or sexual. If you are to understand the structures of the union, it is not the difference with members alone. The structures below that. In every section there will be a social substitute linked with those members. But until you understand the scenario that therefore not here to tell that. Anyone who's following has got a reason why he's an NUM. Most of them will tell instances where their conversations have been dismissed. Some of them have got kids in school relatives who have not been to NUM. Some of them have seen what we have done. I don't think we should be judged on the basis that we couldn't attend those funerals. And I thought, more than once, that it is I text where they will go. I said, as soon as I attend this commission, we won't be able, because we have already going to a place where we have to under oath. And I see things that will be used against me when I appear here. This is a thing that I have been avoiding any interview with the lady, and know very well that those who want to hang anyone will use that.
uthi xa echaza ke akanakuthi umhlekazi kanti uzawubajonga ngeso eligwenxa ngendaba yokuthi mhlambe bangakwazanga ukuthi bavakatshelane neentsapho zabo baswelekileyo. Uthi kanti ke nalento ithetheka kakhulu apha yoba kukho laa mgama umde phakathi kwenkokheli namalunga aphantsi. Uthi ayonyani leyo kuba umhlekazi ebesazi ukuba imenjani i-NUM ukuba kukho amalunga athile asebenza nee-ofisi ezithile ezohlukileyo apha phakathi kombutho ku-NUM. Umzekelo uba ngaba kukho umntu oswelekayo funeka kaloku ushop steward waloo section okanye loo branch azise i-head office uba kukho into enje eyahlileyo umntu wakhona uzawungcwatywa ngosuku oluthile, kubekho amalungiselelo ayenzekayo. Kanti ke izigqibo ezithathwa ngumhlekazi phaa nge-NUM azizo izigqibo ezicacileyo. Kanti enye into kuba uba ngaba yena ebezawuhamba avakatshele iintsapho zabantu baswelekileyo asengaphantsi kwesifungo engakagqibi ukuthula ubungqina bakhe, uyawunqena loo nto kuba uzawuthathwa njengomntu othethe izinto ezithile zide zisetyenziswe maqondana naye apha enkundleni xa ebuzwa imibuzo.
Take the tea adjournment now, and you can then make your remarks you were going to make after tea. And you did say lastly a few minutes ago, but I'll give you an opportunity to gather your thoughts during the tea adjournment so you can prepare your final questions.
No, I thought you're tired of my asking questions.
No. On the contrary, I want to hear your questions with renewed interest after the tea adjournment. Mrs. Akari, you're still under oath. Mr. Ramapela, you've still got some questions.
So, Chairperson, before I go through another brief, I requested to clarify the point to the issue raised by the council or LM as I'm carrying. It's not true that LM did not visit the family of Fundi. The LM did. I verified that. My boss just stands to go there.
Ucaphisa iphuzilenge uba ayiyona uba i-NUM ayinayo inkathalo kumalunga ayo and asithetha ngesophula kwefundi ayiyona uba i-NUM zange ibatyelele balapha.
So
Because of their religion.
are you saying there's a problem with communication? Let's leave it. Let's agree, President. And you see, the words you use, I think, confuse the intention or the objective of my question. I'm not saying NUM is guilty of anything. I'm saying there is room for improvement in liaison with ordinary members by the NUM. Are we, can we put it that way and agree? That is the submission that I'm going to make to this commission.
Kodwa into ayithoyo kuba inako uba mhlawumbe ingenza izinto ngenye indlela ephuhlukileyo.
That was the premise where the word complacence was used. That we had to make sure that our interaction with members is improved. Our people listening to their views is taken into account.
And that if it can be worked on and that there could be satisfactory improvement in this area, then the issue of effective control of members will also improve as a result.
I would differ with this view you are saying it would improve control because that is subjective to particular conditions. As a first part of the case, I mean, everyone has got so many operations it is participating in. And only two operations has that control in the way, as you put it, could have been lost. And I put here to how that control was lost. So it would be wrong to judge NUM on the basis of two incidents. And I believe that when the process has gone, all the evidence may prove that these members did not act voluntarily or on their own. But there's a very good putting there as an opinion. Not only to figure out what I mean by that. But my view is this, that these members of NUM for 30 years could not have woken up one day and believe that NUM not satisfying them without having a tangible sound reasons. But it is right to the firm they resorted to.
Impazamo kuyichaza ile yobana amalunga we-NUM ebengenako ukuvuka njengakusasa bethi hayi asayelisekanga yimpatho neenkqubo ze-NUM ngaphandle kokuba mhlawumbe babe nezizathu ezicacambileyo. Uthi ngaphezu kwako le nto azama ukuyiphendula kumhlekazi noba kunjalo ziimvo zakhe ezo angazami ukuthi makubekho imibuzo ethile emininzi ezemva koko.
And further, it will be a submission that once the aforesaid have been achieved, then your description of foresight will be greatly enhanced. And in future, you will be able to know that we have a very volatile situation. Let's deal with it and deal with it on time.
Wathi kunjalo ke lento ingaba sisilumkiso nangomso uba i-IOM izawuba nako ukubonela phambili ukuba ubungaba asenzi ngolu hlobo kungahle kwenzeka into ezinjengezi okanye imiphumela yakhona ingangabi mihle. Ngoko ke masenze ngolu hlobo ngamanye amagama loo nto izawunceda ekuphuculeni iimeko neenkqubo ze-NUM.
Why would they wanting to take that line as if the incident on the copy or before the copy were caused by lapses in everyone's foresight? You have agreed that lessons have been drawn from this by all parties involved in as far as how do we deal with this, how do we become educational, because not only anyone failing. I wonder if workers could have understood, those who are working on this strike thoroughly, the consequences of any legal strike. No matter what the union told them, or any other agent. And therefore it's difficult for me to say, well, anyone will have foresight to deal with this, because if the foresight will be based as to the normal organizational practices, I would say yes. But again, what is a situation that was not the normal way of doing things? What was the goal of legal strikes? We've dealt with that. But this case of people being armed, ready to kill even their own substitutes, was something I don't heard of. What I'm facing against that, I think the quorum must not be seen to be because everyone was sleeping, therefore they've woken up now to say that things have changed.
Kodwa le nto bayibekwa phezu kwe-NUM yodwa kukhona imibutho ethile izawuba sisifundo kuwo wonke umntu uba sithatha unyathelo lunje sihamba ngale ndlela imiphumela okanye into ezayokwenzeka emva koko yinto njena izawuba sisifundo kuwo wonke umntu. Kodwa ke mayibe sisifundo njengoba ingelo xanduva le-NUM yodwa ukuba kube khona ukhuselo. Into etshoyo ukuba izigqibo ezithathwe ngamalunga e-NUM ngabamini nokuthi badibane bethe bona bazimisele nokungalimaza okanye ukungalekisa amalunga nama-substeward wabo. Loo nto efuneka ijongwe kakhulu ngoba yinto engaqhelekanga leyo. Ngamanye amagama kukho into eyenzekileyo abaqhubileyo bamayenze loo nto leyo.
Yes, I agree with you, but if you are saying this incident before after the commissioner done his work should be a lesson of us not repeating it. The role of tribunals to respect the current Labor Relations Act, the process of the fraud of declaring a dispute and go through processes, the issue of encouraging illegal strike. But we need to speak clearly about that. No form of anger should ever justify the processes that people have gone through.
Wathi xa uhlekazi ethi wonke umuntu uzawube efundile kuyo yonke le nto nakweminye imibutho izawuba sisifundo ukuba masilandeleni sihloniphe umthetho nomgaqo-siseko wakweli. Uthi kanti xa ngaba abantu benze njalo bakwazi ukubona ukuba babe nesifundo bazi uba into abazenzayo ngengomso kuzawuvela ntoni na.
And what I have said about the issue of liaison, I say in that very context that what we have seen with your members feeling that they were not given support can be improved, and if that were to happen, you are going to probably have a more harmonious workplace, which is the ultimate objective of the union. And that if anything or anyone forces one of your members to do otherwise, you would be the first to hear and not hear after 45 people have died.
Wathi eyona nto ezawukuyichaza kukuthi
kill other people. Because not only what should be happening. When we saw this first in Impala, it became worst in Parliament, not even for a moment began to seem to condone that kind of behavior.
Wathi kanti ke ngiyafuneka kujonge leyo nto uba i-UM ayazanga ngaloo mini sekwenzekele intlekelo xa ukuba beqade kukho iingxaki ezikhoyo ezibhadlayo ngasemva. Uthi emva phambi koko kuye kwabakho i-meeting apho ke amalunga alumkiswa khona ukuba mabangahambi ngonyawo oluthile okanye bangalandeli iindlela ezithile. Noba kunjalo ke izawuba sisifundo kuwo wonke umntu nakuwo wonke amalungu ngakumbi nakwisebe leleyibha elizabasebenzi uba u-Esther kuyofuneka abeke unyawo phantsi aqinisekise ukuba wonke amalunga arejistileyo okanye ii-union ezirejistileyo kuye funeka zilandele umgaqo-seko zilandele umthetho obekiweyo.
I don't have qualms with what you're saying. The only thing that sort of like comes up as a question to me is, would you be happy if what happened, and as we have heard, some of the people that were involved were actually NUM members? Obviously, the issue of not knowing how they felt to extent that they actually engaged in that type of group should be something that is concerning to a union. I mean,
okanye umbutho funeka ukhathale uhlupheke uphathazeke moyeni ngento yoba amalungu wabo ngoba umbuza uba ingaba uzawuvuyela uba ngafumaniseka uba abantu baqale yonke le nto abanye babo ngamalunga we-NUM. Loo nto achaza ukuthi kuzawube ke kukho ingxaki ethile ezizinto umbutho ufuneka uzijongileyo ngengomso uba impilo aphinde yenzeke.
that for the future, as a union, you would like to have such contact with your members that you don't have as many as the ones we have seen deviating so far from what you believe.
Futhi ke njengombutho kwizinkokheli namalungu kuyofuneka kubakho unxibelelwano nothothandisano olukufutshane ukwenzela ukuthi iinkokheli zikwazi ubona xa ngabe kukho iigusha zabo ezilahlekayo zikwazi ubabuyisa endleleni kwakamsinyane kungade kufikelele esimeni esentlekelo.
I have shown this commission that the most participating period in the NUM is during negotiations or when issues of finances are being mentioned. And I was doing that because in a member situation where people speak about other things, you won't have many people attending. And I think the commission in its work will have to, will assess the cause of the statements that allegedly were made by other people against it, that everyone was party to the employer, everyone was against the negotiations, everyone was party to the killing of two, and all those things. Because remember, those people, they didn't have the cost to go and say, this thing said is not true. The other thing is, before you went to come into a view that says, it was due to everyone's distance from members. That was the I don't think that's necessarily the answer. Because I was about to say that these people could not have acted in the way they acted. Well, people that the amount is attainable. That's why they joined the strike. But
sizama ukuyibeka futhi phambi kwekomishini ikomishini kufuneka iyijongisise kuba amalunga wayo ebengenawusuka nje asukeleke aguqukele umbutho wayo uthi eyona nto iyenzekileyo funeka kujongwe uba izinto ebezithetheka phayana ukuba ziguqule iingqondo zabantu nge-NUM ingaba yintoni na zinintsi izinto ezibekekileyo leyo iphuzo alibekayo kuba ikomishini okanye umhlakazi funeka ajongisise into uba abasebenzi xa kuthethwa ngezinye izinto ezingaphathelelanga nemali bebanintsi kwiintlanganiso kodwa xa sekuthethwa ke ngoku ngemali kuthethwa izinto zemirhumo kulapho ke ubona uninzi lwabantu luba khona namaphaphu eyaphezulu.
Now this is the very last question. What you have said I agreed with, and I still agree with. All I'm saying is, forget about the third force or whatever you want to call, other outside factors. I'm just talking about, because the terms of reference is effective control of your members. So I want you to leave out the others and say, me, my member. And I'm saying, if there was a closer contact, what the others that you are referring to were doing, you could have known. You could be having statements of people coming to you and saying, you know, as a member, I have this problem. So-and-so is saying this, and what do you say? Is this possible or not? So that interaction gives not only control, but belief of that member of what you can achieve as a union. So I'm not talking about others. I'm just talking about you, and I'm talking about the members that you say turned against you and did something. I said, if there could have been a closer contact with those members, you could have appreciated either their doubt, frustration, or fear.
Kuyibeka kuba ubangaba phakathi kombutho kube kwabakho ububudlelwane nalo nxibelelwano olukufutshane ngayo ngokwazi okanye iinkokheli zombutho ngezike zayazi uba kukho iingxaki ezithile ezibhadlayo ngasemva ekufuneka zilungisiwe loo nto leyo ibizawukwenza ukuthi kubonakale kwakamsinyane uba kuzawubakho iingxaki ezawuqhashumba ngaphantsi.
And maybe I should finish this by saying, and I'm not saying you are guilty, because you're going to say, you are not guilty of this. I'm saying there is room to improve in that area.
Uthi ke akatyholi mntu okanye akatyholi iinkokheli zenu uba azityhole uba kukho into angaziyenzileyo uthi yena xa bekuzawubakho indawo ikhona indawo abanoyenza bayilungise ngayo le ndlela.
Thanks. I think now we move to understand the situation in London, because about 5 to 6 meetings were held at the career site of London. And I started and doing research as to what solutions were playing there at career that led, because it spread to the flooding and other areas. But I wanted to tell you this. When a person tells a lie, yes, we're destined for explaining it to those, because most cases people believe if I tell that you if I explain that you are something you're not, without you being able to explain that. In most cases, that's what I said. People believe. And I'm saying people are saying, we can't get you, you can those people approach management without the union. Now we're giving them 400 rands and prepared down. All I think they believe that we can do more. But we're not beginning with that career. And of course, everything we need to analyze. What would be the influences? Not making allegations here. Just saying in facts that it's starting in career from career to other lines. And I think we need to understand the career formation at that point. But to ask you a question. It was brought, I've said this long ago, it's not only the family to have witnesses. It's not the first thing to say, yes, they are. But we're going to fly around to say, because you're saying it, those are the witnesses. I believe that the branch, the shift stewards, audience was involved, I think that will come as well. I can't make accusations here, but I repeat to say, if there were to be a case that shows that anyone could have had lapses, remember, we're not dealing with an ordinary situation where people are angry, want money. This happened before. If they trusted the local leadership of the branch, when national arrived, they would have been happy to say, things that have come, these are issues for discussion. It has happened before. We've stopped labor strikes through that motion. But for the saying no and not all was really an issue I'm still struggling to appreciate or understand. I hope that when every evidence is given, I will be clearer.
Uyathanda ke ukubona okuzawulandela okanye bonke ubungqina obuzawubekwa apha kwale commission uyawuke acacile kakuhle uba yintoni kanye eyabangela ukuba kubekho le nto. Enye into ikomishini ekufuneka iyiqwalasele ukuba le nto yathiwa phaya eka-riverside kwabakho ii-meetings iintlanganiso ezingabayi 5 to 6 ekuzama ukuba makuthethwe namalunga kodwa ke amagama ubangabanyani babanengxaki bangathembi ii-sub-stewards zabo neento ezinjalo bekuzawuthi xa kufika i-national bayavuya ke ukuthi ifikile nazi ingxaki esinazo neenkokheli zethu apha sinengxaki nazo kodwa nina nee-national mhlawumbi ndingasombululanga zona kodwa le nto yento abadlali bathi abafuni kwanto abafuni kwanto ingxaki apha kuyo mhlawumbi ke iyakacacile ngobungqina obuzawulandela.
Now, this is the last question for the day from me. Given a similar situation in the future, are you saying that you are going to behave as a union in the same manner you did preceding Marikana up to the catastrophe? Or would you say that you would say to South Africa, we would do things differently so that this thing should not happen? Was it 100% of what you could do? Was it your full capacity?
Kuyenzeka ukuthi elizayo inhlekele enje iphinde yenzeke ingaba bafuna uhambiswa njengombutho omanyeneyo njengaphambilini kwale nhlekele yaseMarikana okanye bazakwenza njani na okanye ulangelithi benze ngakho konke abanako iinzame zabo zonke 100% ukuthi bakwazi ukuthintela yonke le nto yenzekileyo nam okanye lesine lakhe.
First answer, as the young one could only engage the employer and try to persuade our members. But this morning, the chairperson raised a very important question of saying, had we told Senator Bambara that he closes down the operations and sends people wherever home to cool off? And I find that this is what has been done and has been involved in the process with society. That when the operations were stopped, they are engaging into processes to do with that going forward. And of course, from this, I'm sure lessons have been drawn, not only by NUM, by many only stakeholders. I think governors must decide in future as how to respond. But I don't think that it must be saying it is not for people to carry weapons and kill others. I think the right to strike is enshrined in our constitution, is clarified the manual as to what we should be doing. I don't think we should work as if we're saying it should be known for people to go and make strikes and beat others.
ayithethayo leyo ukuthi abantu funeka bastrike unelungelo ungaphosiseko uyachaza loo nto leyo ukuthi abantu banalilungelo lokuthi bastrike kodwa ke ayetho ukuba bathathe izixhobo babe babulala abanye abantu. Uthi kanti ke usihlalo ngaphambili uyawachaza kusasa nje ukuthi bakhe bacebisa imine ukuba mayivale i-shaft ingasebenzi ibiphindisa abasebenzi babheke emakhaya bazokwazi ukuphola kukwazi ukuba nothethathethwano oluqhubekayo abantu bezolile. Uthi loo nto ke iyenzeka pha kusasa lethu
we don't have the catastrophe we had in the future. And I wish to strengthen that. Thank you, Chairperson.
ithemba lelo ke uba kuyaxhasa ukuze ngombuso izaba sisifundo soba intlekele enjengale ingaphinde yenzeke ubazawuqhuba ngendlela ezohlukileyo.
Do I understand that there are no questions from the NRC? Mr. Semenya, there was a question raised as to whether the question was going to be asked on behalf of the Minister of Safety and Security, or Police. And are you proposing to ask such a question?
Yes, sir.
Can you ask them about 4 o'clock?
Yes, Chair.
Try anyway.
Mr. Okwama, the evidence relating to the telephone contact with the Minister, you recall that? Do you recall that evidence? For the record, it will not be disputed that such a conversation happened. Do you note that? Yes. Also that the request was that there should be more deployment of police presence in Marikana because of the events, right? Yes. Yes. That too, for the record, is not in dispute. Do you note that? More importantly, should the evidence be required, what the Minister did was to relay a request to the operational people. Those are the questions.
Mr. McLaren, any questions you wish to ask the witness?
I just have no questions, Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
No questions, sir. Any of the parties who hasn't yet had an opportunity wish to ask any questions in cross-examination? No. Mr. Tip, how long will there be re-examination? That depends on the length of the answers as well, but
Mr. Chair, proposed to re-examine on one topic only, but with interpretation it is likely to take about 20 minutes.
well, it seems very proper for us to take the adjourn at this stage until 9:30 tomorrow morning.